of Norfolk, Norfolk, my Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong.
It's Curbside, right?
Yeah.
So get local numbers. Well, you're already got phones. You can tell them you're on that team, but that must be something else, somebody else. This phone call, you're dialing with one of the phone numbers.
Yeah, I'm on there.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Mr. Burgess. Can you hear us in Committee Room A?
Mr. Who? My name is Jerry Goddard. And I can hear you. I'm not sure you can hear me, but. Hello? Hello?
You.
It's Jerry Goddard speaking.
Hi, we're just going to have to wait till the meeting starts, okay? We'll let you know when to start, okay?
Okay, that's fine.
Hello, can you hear me back there? Committee Room A? Hello, hello, hello?
I'm just getting tired. Hello?
Good afternoon, Chair Martin. It's Committee Room A. Could you test your microphone for us to make sure that the audio is working in this room?
Certainly, can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, we're live now. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I guess we're ready to... All right, if everyone's ready, we'll begin. Hello and welcome to Council and Committee for June 9th, 2020. I'd like to remind everyone that our meetings are web streamed and televised. For those in attendance, I would ask you to ensure your phones are on silent, please. Thank you to Brett Wallace and his IT expertise and assistance in coordinating electronic council and council in committee meetings. I have a minor procedural item to raise, even though council and committee does not allow for recorded votes. If there is a specific vote committee wishes to have recorded, I propose we can allow. If there are no objections, we'll move forward with the agenda. Okay. Disclosure of pecuniary interest. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. Okay, I'm going to actually pass it over to Mayor Chop for some comments.
Thanks, Councillor Martin. Well, yesterday I learned at the same time as this council that and this community that Haldeman and Norfolk would not be moving into Phase 2. Despite the Premier and subsequently our MPP informing residents of Ontario that medical officers of health of those regions were consulted, Dr. Nasathari, as well as the medical officer of health from the Niagara region, have confirmed that they were not, and the decision was made in a vacuum in Toronto. My understanding was we had 34 local health districts because the local considerations needed to be taken into account. My phone was ringing off the hook long before the end of the press conference. And I know I'm not alone in hearing the pleas of utter desperation from our business owners. And I'm scared for them too, and angry questions and concerns from our citizens. Mayor Hewitt and I took exception to the findings because I'm sure, like you guys, we are all tired of trying to explain the unexplainable. Why could you go to a Walmart with a couple hundred people but not be in a group of more than 5? Why could you buy clothes at Joe Fresh by appointment, or at Joe Fresh, but not by appointment at your local store? Why can you stand in a massive crowd in a protest or in a park in Toronto, but your hairdresser isn't allowed to make a living? I will certainly apologize if I've offended somebody. The last thing I wanted was for this morning to present itself as anything other than advocacy for our small business owners. I was motivated to use my platform to provide representation for our struggling and desperate business owners that are fighting for survival. It wasn't about hair, it was about something much bigger than that. I am deeply concerned of a second wave, but penalizing Norfolk County residents and business owners when we have no support in controlling the large influx of thousands of tourists on the weekends when our neighboring municipalities are open is just not something that I can continue to support. In this context, I don't believe that this is any longer a public health matter, but it's simply become a political issue.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Chop. We're going to move on to the approval of the agenda or changes to the agenda. Just a reminder that this item of the agenda is not to raise moving an item from consent to staff reports. That being said, are there any changes to today's agenda? Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In our information package, there's a memo from the clerk on the proposed schedule, and I'd actually like to put that on the agenda rather than in the information package.
Okay, so Councillor Van Passen would like that the agenda be amended to include discussion respecting information package item 6E, Council Calendar June 2020 to August 2021, following staff report discussion, item 6L. Sound okay? Is there a seconder? Councillor Rabbits, and all in favor? It's carried. Okay, Councillor Huffman? Sorry, I'm just signing a motion there. I can't hear you, Councillor Huffman.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to add to the agenda Pride Month.
Pride. Sure. We're just looking for a little bit more specifics. Would you like to discuss it under general announcements, or is there?
Well, I mean, I'd like to discuss it in general in terms of the county, and also get some clarification regarding the flag.
General announcements? Okay, we'll circle back in general announcements.
Okay. Well, can staff be prepared to provide that information regarding the Pride flag?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okie dokie. So, any other changes? We can have a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda as presented, as changed, sorry, as amended. Councillor Rabbit. Okay. And all in favor? Perfect. That's carried. Thank you. Okay, we have 3 deputations to be heard today. A reminder to the deputations that our procedural bylaw allows for each deputation to speak for 5 minutes. I will advise when there's 1 minute remaining. I would also request committee deals with each deputation by hearing the 5-minute presentation, asking questions, receiving deputations for information, and then moving on to the next scheduled deputation. Should a member wish to debate or add to the deputation, we will do so following the third and final deputation. If that's okay with everyone, we'll move on now to hear from Jim Greenwood respecting deputation on Bylaw 2018-70 municipal license pheasants and rabbits.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, Mayor Chop, councilors. Can you hear me okay?
You're actually just cutting out a little bit there, Jim. When we can hear you, it's quite loud and great, but patchy.
Okay. Well, I'll try to speak a little slower, and maybe it will be less patchy for you. By way of introducing myself to those that I have.
You know what, Jim? We're losing you there. It's not consistent.
By way of introducing myself to those I haven't met, I am a resident of Norfolk County since 1979, when I was appointed a conservation officer with the Ontario Ministry of Natural Resources in this area, retiring in 2009. It is my understanding that Bylaw 2018-70 that provides for the issuing of municipal licenses and charging fees for licenses to hunt pheasants and rabbits is being considered for revocation. At issue is not the program itself, but the cost to the county. The Long Point Area Fish and Game Club, of which I am president, would very much to see this program continue. The releasing of pheasants in Norfolk County for recreational hunting during the regular season for the hunting of pheasants has been operational since the 1970s and perhaps earlier. Both residents of Norfolk County and non-residents to the county have purchased licenses, spent money at local businesses, and enjoyed the camaraderie with family and friends, and of course, their dogs. I have a few points for council to consider by way of finding cost reductions to the county. Number one, the cost to the county for the most part, notwithstanding the purchase of birds, having staff pick up the birds, drive to the sites where the birds are released on a weekly basis during the open season. For several years now, our club has been actively engaged in releasing over 50% of these birds purchased by the county. The club is willing to increase the amount of time and releases to lessen the time and cost to the county. Number two, the costs to the county are also incurred by the issuing of licenses at municipal offices. The club is actively searching out businesses who will take on this responsibility and be in a position to sell licenses on weekdays as well as weekends. Number three, the enforcement of this bylaw is better served by Ontario conservation officers who are already enforcing provisions of the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Act. Section 79 of the Act speaks to the authority for municipalities to pass bylaws and the prohibition of persons hunting pheasants and rabbits within that municipality without a municipal license. The use of county forestry staff to enforce this is redundant. Ontario conservation officers can issue a ticket on the spot to the offending person. The county may also see an opportunity for fines to be applied to the program if the provincial court would agree. Number 4, in the bylaw as written, the reference to resident uses the same definition as in the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Act. Perhaps the bylaw could be amended to speak to residents and non-residents of the county as it originally was. This would allow for the return to a higher fee for non-residents of the county, providing an increase in revenue for license sales, which is how pheasants are purchased for the following year.
1 minute remaining, Jim.
Please know I'm available to discuss the club's assistance if asked for. And I can make a copy of this document forwarded to you electronically if required. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions to Mr. Greenwood? Councilor Rabbits?
Thank you, Chair Martin, and through you, thank you, Jim, for your presentation today and for speaking to the issue of pheasant and rabbit hunting in the municipality. I was wondering if you have spoken with any other members in the community. I have received some correspondence from Eli's Gun and Archery regarding the releasing of the birds and the hunting of the pheasants with regards to non-residents and the fact that it is a big draw in terms of tourism and hunting to our area. And I was wondering if you had any others in our community, perhaps they are members of your association, that are reaching out to you from a commercial or an aspect with the impacts to their business and what your thoughts are on those who sell guns and participate in the sport of hunting and shooting, and what their thoughts are in terms of the impacts to their business as a result of our change to the bylaw.
Thank you. There has been contact made personally and by other members of our club. We've had people inquire that have heard the rumor that perhaps this bylaw could in fact be revoked. These are people that hunt with dogs, that train dogs, that come to the county, come to this area, spend money, spend time, and they're hoping and anxious to be able to continue to do that. Local businesses, with respect of any non-resident coming to the area, you're looking at, it could be as simple as a gas purchase, stop at a restaurant for a meal or a coffee when they come in. You have to appreciate that the program has been going on for several years. It's well known not just in the county, but outside. And people make use of it. You can have a look at the number of licenses that have been sold to residents and to non-residents to get an idea of how many people actually take part in this type of hunt. It's been sustainable, and obviously there's a concern if it'll be removed.
Thank you, and a follow-up and through you to Jim. So, I've asked about the impacts to the businesses, and you've given a response. I appreciate that. If we were to have your association take a more active role in helping us administrate the program and continue the service, where would an individual go to engage with you? Do you have a brick and mortar operation where there is a storefront? How would someone engage with your association if we were to sort of partner with you as a municipality? How do they get in contact with the Long Point Area Fish and Game Club? Would you envision them continuing to use municipal offices to get the licensing and registration, and then you would correspond with them, say, remotely? Would they be sending you an email? I'm just trying to think of logistically what you envision the association doing and how folks would be working with you to participate in this endeavor?
Thank you. We do have a website that's up and running now, so people can make use of that to find information. Certainly our contact information for the executive is on there so that they can phone call or email any of us to get a response. In terms of of where licenses might be sold in addition to municipal offices, that certainly would be put on the website. And quite frankly, any information that is available that we can put to membership, as well as to people that are searching the site, will be made available when that comes.
Councillor Columbus?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good day, Jim. Mike Columbus here. Jim, who sets the license price? That's the county sets that, and do you think it's a reasonable cost for a license in our county?
Thanks, Mike. And you know something, I'll be honest, I can't even tell you what a pheasant license costs. I haven't purchased one in years myself. I know there's been a comment made to me by staff that perhaps under consideration could be an increase. And again, I can't comment to that because I don't know what the fee is right now. If it hasn't been changed in several years, then perhaps it is something that could be looked at as an increase to defray your costs. And again, by just looking at the numbers, if they haven't changed that much over the years in terms of number of sales, then I would like to think that it would continue in the same vein. I don't think we're likely to lose any further numbers. If anything, it'll likely gain.
And secondly, your proposed project, your organization would pick up the birds at the farm where they're raised. You'd be looking at releasing the birds, and you'd be selling, you'd be locating offices or storefronts where they could sell tickets, licenses 7 days a week, I take it.
That's the plan, Mike. As I say, we're already releasing over 50% of the birds that are put out in the county now. It's volunteer members of our club that take the time and pick up the birds at the farm, drive to the release site, put them out on a weekly basis, and they're paid for their cost of transportation, cost of vehicle use through the club. So that'll continue. There's a good opportunity that we would probably be able to withstand an increase in the numbers of birds and the number of vehicles being used to distribute them. That's something that we need to discuss with our membership. We have briefly talked about it. There seemed to be an agreement in principle on this. But as you might be aware, we haven't had a meeting with our members for the last few months because of the COVID-19 virus issue. I don't see that as a problem. I'm aware that from talking with some of the members, they want to see this program continue and they're willing to help out as much as they can. In terms of the businesses, we'll try to find some in the area. I believe Eli's Guns is one that has spoken to some of the executive and indicated that they would like to handle some of the license sales. But we'll look for a couple of others as well.
And my last question, we're focusing here on pheasants, but this is also a rabbit license. Do you have any comments about the rabbit thing?
Yeah, I was waiting for somebody to talk about that. Back years ago, Mike, you might remember that the licenses were for rabbits, pheasants, and fox. When they started selling municipal licenses in different areas, all three species were allowed on that license. Fox was removed, gosh, I can't remember when the actual time frame would have been, some time ago, because farmers made a point that foxes being a predator, they were concerned for their livestock and some of their other property. So fox was removed. rabbits probably should have been at the same time, because realistically, municipalities don't do anything for managing habitat for rabbits. But it's still there, it's still continued, and people that are only hunting rabbits, yeah, that requirement is still there within a municipality that handles a bylaw for it to purchase one of these licenses.
Maybe we should exchange the fox for the coyote now. Thanks.
Okay, no other questions? Can I have a mover and a seconder to receive the deputation for information? Councillor Columbus and Councillor Rabbits. And all in favor? Okay, carried, thank you. We will now hear from Jerry Goddard respecting his deputation on Sunning Hill Drive reconstruction.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman. I am Jerry Goddard. You hear me okay there?
We can hear you, Jerry.
Okay.
It's a little quiet, but try again.
Okay. I'm on speakerphone here, so maybe I'll just change that. How's that? Hello?
Maybe just give us 1 second here for our
I can
IT
hear
guy,
you
Brett,
loud and
to
clear, Amy.
get you switched over. It's a work in progress.
Okay. Okay, I think I know some of you folks there. I certainly know Amy. I know I've met Mayor Chop and Councillor Rabbits. I'm here on behalf of some of the residents on Sunning Hill Drive, predominantly, who are concerned about, they're not concerned about the paving. That seems to be a non-issue, but the curbs, sidewalks, and sewers is a pretty big issue. Sewers, sidewalks, and curbs are added from time to time, and the water drainage winds up going through a sewer system and ultimately being discharged through a processing plant into the lake or Black Creek or wherever. Ditch drainage is what we're dealing with now, and that seems to work really well. The water goes through the ecosystem and makes its way to some of the, the rivers and streams around here, and possibly the lake as well. And in terms of cost, this is the preferred way to go, certainly for you folks, you councilors, and for us, the people I've talked to in the neighborhood, is the preferred way to go. If we get into sidewalks, you get into snow shoveling. There's a lot of older people around here. You run into injuries and that kind of thing, not to mention, maybe trying to get somebody else to do it if other people are available. It's just really, in the minds of most people around here, not the way to go. We have, in terms of safety and that kind of stuff, we have literally hundreds of people every week walking our roads. And by our roads, I mean Sunning Hill, Ryerson, LaSalle, Inglewood, and Oak Knoll, and I'm sure there's a handful of others, but those are some of the main ones. So really what I'm saying to you, do the cost justify the end result? When I believe most people are quite happy with the way the situation is, and it overcomes some of the environmental issues, which I'll mention here right now. It's basically road lot drainage versus curb, gutter, and sewer drainage. Needless to say, the second part of that is the curb, gutter, and sewer is the way to go in terms of the environment, and it's by far and away the cheapest way to go. So there's a cost component here and an environmental component. Apparently, I'm told that there's 17 Great Lakes areas of concern in Ontario water pollution. And the 17 sources are through the sewer, gutter and curb approach. So obviously there's some environmental issues here. If we go the curb, sewer, and hang on a sec here, I may just have to get another phone here, but I'll carry on because this phone's slowly going dead. But they're the great, this area I mentioned about curb, sewer, drainage systems will have to be dealt with ultimately, particularly as Port Dover expands, through a water treatment center. The new system would involve runoff water, bacteria filled in through a bacteria-filled environment.
Sorry to interrupt you here, Jerry.
To
You've got 1 minute remaining.
1 minute. To receiving water, streams, rivers, and so on. As more of these systems pop up, you must apply to treatment. You must apply for treatment facility expansion, which again is a cost issue. The CGS systems leaves water on the roads longer until the water reaches downstream catch basins, which again is a safety hazard. On the safety front, small vehicles may have difficulty with the water on the roads created by the sidewalks and the curbs. Traffic certainly around here will move much quicker. We'd be concerned about snow shoveling accidents. In summary, issues that stand out include the three things I mentioned: the environment, safety, and the cost. And I've got to come back to the cost here because I know you folks are pretty sensitive about the cost. And certainly we as residents are sensitive when we look at understandably higher taxes each year. So that's a major concern for us. And that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? No? Okay. I do have just
one quick question I had, Amy, was this was originally scheduled for 2020. I understand it's now back to 2021.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we have Mr. Godby from Public Works in Committee Room A. Maybe he can chime in on that, but you are correct. It has been rescheduled. I can't speak to the drainage system and the curbs and whatnot, but I am aware that during that public consultation meeting there was a lot of public input that residents did not want sidewalks. So I know that for sure. But you know what, Mr. Godby's just walked in the room, so I might let him speak to that quickly for us.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Through the chair, I apologize. I did miss part of the question as I was traveling on my way here.
That's okay. It's Mr. Goddard from Sunning Hill Drive. Yep. Just wondering about specifically about drainage and curbs, as well as the reconstruction date that's been moved.
Through the chair to the council and the deputation, the Sunning Hill reconstruction project unfortunately has been shifted to 2021. Essentially where we ended up with was as the engineering work for that was proceeding, there were some unforeseen circumstances that meant that we were not going to be able to get it completed this year. So staff have taken a pause on that and are looking to rebudget and bring that forward as a 2021 project. As far as the design stage, I don't have the exact specifics if all of the design work is completed. The original intention of the project would have been to give that stretch of road a profile with curb and gutter and storm sewer system. As for, I would have to look into the details to see if there was any other further comments provided during the last Public Information Center. But I can definitely take the information back to our engineering guys and get a better, more formal response if that is council's desire with regards to cost differences and that.
I think you and I talked about this a while ago. And the issue here really isn't the paving. The issue is the curbs and the sidewalks and all of the problems that brings. And I would imagine that's an area of substantial cost as well. Frankly, if none of the project went ahead, I would say most people around here would be quite satisfied, or at least the people I talk to. And of course, I don't talk for everyone.
You know what we can do, Jerry? I can connect you with Mr. Godby directly. He can provide some type of follow-up to you outside of the meeting here, and then we can go from there.
Okay, that would be great, Amy. Thanks for this opportunity, and look forward to meeting with you and others soon.
That's great. Okay, thank you. Can I have a mover and a seconder to receive the deputation as information? Councillor Columbus, Councillor Taylor, and all in favor? And that's carried. Okay, we will now hear from Steve Shears on behalf of the concerned
Jerry Goddard
residents now of Norfolk, respecting his deputation on facility closures and or RFPs for privatization. And I think you can go ahead there.
Through the chair, could I ask for a procedural amendment to speak for 10 minutes rather than the normal 5?
I would need a mover and a seconder to do that. Councillor Michelle, are you moving? Councillor Van Passen is seconding that. All in favor? That's carried. You may begin 5 minutes, and I'll let you know when you have 1 minute remaining.
5 minutes or 10 minutes, just to clarify?
Sorry, 10 minutes. I'll let you know.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, I'd like to thank Norfolk County Council for hearing a deputation from the concerned residents of Norfolk. My name is Steve Shears. I've offered to act as the spokesperson this afternoon. March 20th, the CNR submitted a request to appear as a deputation to speak to the process and timing of arena and facility privatization and closure. To our surprise, a report detailing the revised process was tabled for May 19th. No notice was received, no option was provided to speak as a deputation remotely. One could understand the postponement of in-person deputations due to social distancing regulations, but seems odd that the meeting just prior, that being the Board of Health, they were able to remotely receive a deputation from the Norfolk fruit growers. It's these types of missteps, the lack of communication and inconsistency in messaging that seems to dog this council on various serious issues like this one. The concern with what was tabled and adopted on May 19th is the attempt to forego the process calling for requests for proposals for operating or privatizing our arenas and halls as outlined and adopted in the 2020 budget. Recommendations adopted by council details a modified procurement process whereby instead of an RFP, as detailed in the 2020 budget resolution, council has now defined a new process asking for calls for submission. Groups had previously asked for a deferral on this matter until proper consultation could be undertaken collectively amongst all the user groups, but they were told by council this matter could not be revisited because it would require reopening the budget. Council's memory seems to have lapsed on that position, as they now are looking at drastically different process and procedures than what was passed within the 2020 budget resolution 10, all without reopening the budget, all without any opportunity for public consultation. Even more troubling is the financial justification within the report. When speaking to arenas, the information provided does not prove why this route is even being taken, as only $400,000 is expected in savings from arena operations. A shortfall less than $70,000 per facility, a manageable amount that could be easily solved through the ideas of waiting on council to come to the table. Same can be said of the community halls. The forecasted shortfalls can be easily overcome if the community was engaged collectively. While collective meetings have not been held with all user groups, community builders, and community organizations is frankly disappointing. The type of meeting should have been the first step before considering any additional options, with privatization and closure being the very last option to be investigated. Instead, this council has opted for the easy route, but not engaged in the community with the exception of one meeting after the decision was made. Numbers mean everything. Confidence in those numbers is critical and means even more at every step. To complicate matters further are the financials being presented, but it remains unclear if those numbers on record are even factual. As previously, it was identified savings for arenas would be $150,000. Success moving forward, whether that be the community fundraising any shortfalls for the county or even privatization, requires confidence. Unfortunately, when the basis of the decision is undermined by conflicting financial numbers, this process will be doomed to fail. How can one expect submissions if these numbers are not available or accurate? Unfortunately, one must question if this is by design. If there's no bidders, does that equal closure? What is council's plan B when no suitors are found? It is understandable that decisions need to be made to operate the county, but the haphazard approach and mixed messages conveyed on this matter, not only to the public, but also to staff, have created the biggest misstep to date by our council. What took years to raise monies for and build our facilities could be put on a path for closure because of this approach. Further undermining this process is council putting the cart before the horse. The glaring oversight in this report is the status of the hub and how it would be redistributed for use and its users. Seems premature to implement a process for privatization and possibly additional closures until the decision on the hub is made. For example, let's say Waterford Arena is closed and the hub is built. Does that mean the Port Dover Arena remains open even though it's 10 minutes down the road? We would suggest that no further action be taken until Norfolk County Council officially announces the status of the hub. At that point, all user groups, not just our community-based hockey associations, but our other user groups, like the Norfolk Hurricanes, the recreational leagues, the figure skaters, they should all be brought together to address any real or perceived shortfalls identified by the county. Groups have compiled suggestions that will improve efficiency and are prepared to meet with Norfolk County to discuss these options for the good of all. Why is this not being pursued? Why is the county not facilitating these discussions? If it's a matter of resources, if the concerned residents of Norfolk are prepared to host these meetings on your behalf, and more importantly, on behalf of every taxpayer and user of our county facilities. This leads us to another question. The status of the Delhi Friendship Senior Center is included in the 2020 budget under Resolution 10 as part of the facilities to be reviewed. We are now assured by staff that this is an oversight, but if it was, why is it not officially removed from this process by council resolution? Playing with procedural rules does not build community confidence. Today, council can council commit that the Delhi Friendship Center, as well as the Langton, Port Rowan, St. Williams, Cortland, Victoria Community Centers will be off the table? All these facilities, whether you realize it or not, serve our seniors as centers for exercise and for programming. It is strange that the Port Dover seniors have entered into a relationship for use of a county facility for those same needs, all the while a facility is currently being mothballed, the Simcoe Rec Center, and is scheduled to have spent $100,000 to be exact to install an elevator to allow barrier-free access to their new home on the rink floor. Where's the consistency? Since monies are tight, was there no other facilities available in Simcoe which would forgo these costs? Seems the Royal Ontario Legion had offered, but that was turned down. What a better way to help our local Legion and still provide space for our seniors. These issues, these opportunities would all been flagged with proper community consultation amongst the users and proper analysis of the situation. The last item being overlooked in this process is the recognition we are in the midst of a very difficult time. With COVID-19 regulations, our youth, our community, will need sport more than ever to return to a new normal. They will need places to gather, to fundraise for improving the community you represent. Does council really anticipate that a local Lions Club will raise money for a new facility if theirs is closed? I must assume that council is aware the reduction of one ice pad, possibly another, will leave user groups with not enough ice time to adhere to return to play recommendations. It remains unclear that even with all existing ice pads, we'll be able to accommodate the return to play protocols. All the more reason to delay this process by 1 year to undertake a proper review, exploration of new ideas with user groups and community organization support. The community is pleading with council to stay this process so the community can be engaged. There's nothing preventing council from delaying this process during this year of unimaginable crises and putting forward a plan of action with deliverables that can be properly vetted. Your community is up to the task. I want to leave you with comments written by one of our community builders, Frank Quantz of Delhi. In 1960, wrote to the Township of Delhi Mayor Bernard, who informed council at a council meeting he wanted to be sure that the town wouldn't get hooked for the same as the arena when Delhi was considering the construction of the Kinsman Pool. Frank wrote in response that, in my opinion, all children-loving adults would heartily endorse that the arena is not something we are hooked with, but something we are blessed with. Frank reminded council that the arena was turned over to them completely paid for, and the same could be anticipated for the pool, which it was. It was Frank's hope that the newer citizens of Delhi would read his words for their information, and the older citizens would refresh their memories of the hard work put forth to organizations to raise funds and build these facilities. He wrote, "What does industry ask for when seeking an industrial site? Roads, water, streets, churches, school? No. These are taken for granted. They'll be there. But what they are demanding are parks, playgrounds, swimming facilities, skating arenas, etc. for their workers' children." He closed by saying it's impossible to get hooked with these facilities, as it is an asset one cannot value in dollars and cents. It's time for each councillor to forge their own legacy. Will council rethink and engage their constituents? Will council trust their communities to bring forth realistically and financially sustainable solutions? By missing the first step, a bridge has been burned. Divisiveness will continue to foster. Groups and taxpayers alike are cognizant of the challenges ahead. Do not underestimate their capacity they represent for you, the elected official. Save the money spent on this process. First, make a final decision on the hub, then engage your communities with a challenge. You will find your residents will work together to find realistic solutions. We are here to stay. We want Norfolk to be a place where we can be proud of the unique attributes of our local communities. To do so, once in a while, we need to look back, like Frank once suggested, as these facilities are what brings us together. It is what defines us as a larger community. Our forefathers never looked at the dollars and cents because they rose to the challenge. They knew that there was a cost, and they accepted. Their endeavor came with a commitment to raise the monies to build these facilities, not for themselves, but for future generations. We can do this again. It all boils down to trust. Does Norfolk County Council trust that the community they represent are up to the challenge? I say we are. And having the privilege of knowing Frank Quantz, listening to him and so many of his peers down at the old feed mill in Delhi, I know he would too. Thank you very much for listening to our concerns from the concerned residents of Norfolk.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, did you have something you wanted to add before we begin?
Yeah, just a point of clarity. The RFP process, or the call for submission process, allows for a wide range of options to be presented by community organizations. And the key thing into why it is a call for submission is that final decision rests with council. So there's no decisions that can come out of that process without council's final decision. The process was chosen so that council would have options presented to it during the next budget process. So the whole concept behind this was to provide the community, people in the community, to present council with ideas, suggestions, or approaches for the community assets. Council is not bound to accept any of those suggestions or recommendations, and then would go into the normal budget process. So that is that. The one thing I will suggest, though, is that council has approved the RFP process at the last meeting. The RFP process has been, or the submission process has been launched. It's locked down at this point in time, and so you start to get into murky waters if you start changing a product that's already been approved and is going to be out there for public consumption. But it's completely up to council for how they want to proceed.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions to Mr. Shears? Councilor Rabbits?
Thank you, Chair Martin, and through you to Mr. Shears, thank you for your deputation this afternoon. My question is referencing ECS 20-06. Council passed a motion to approve the modified process for looking for calls for submission. My question to you, Mr. Shears, is is your association or members thereof prepared to either propose an option, license of facility operating scenario? Option 1 is for a mixed term license for a period of 5 years, with an option to extend for a further term up to 5 years for any Norfolk County facility for a licensing fee of $1 per year, with government subsidy being provided to that operator. Option 2, community partnership arrangement. Option 2 would see a community partner seeking to put forth a plan to increase revenue through sponsorship or other arrangements for the explicit use by the designated arena or community hall. Or is the organization prepared to put forward an alternative option that council has not considered for this call for submission process? Is there any organization on your association's end or members therein that are willing to put forward an option for council to consider?
Through the chair, the issue with asking for any submission from any group, including ours, we've been to the table already. The Delhi Chamber of Commerce, with a few of our members, have previously been sitting with staff, coming forward with substantial ideas in terms to cover those shortfalls that have been identified. But unfortunately, nobody wants to put forward any ideas until the issue of the hub is settled. Why would anyone put in a bid to operate Port Dover Arena when the hub's going to be 5 minutes down the road? How can anyone do a business plan when the cart's put before the horse? We are prepared to come to the table and meet the county and staff and do whatever it takes to maintain our facilities. But until that question, there's nothing going to come forward. It's too much of a business risk. There's too many unknowns. The other thing is the return to play protocols. I'm not sure if council's been following along what's come from soccer and baseball and hockey. These are substantial changes that are going to impact operations at every arena, regardless if there's another one closed or the hub's built or what have you. There's changes coming. And we need to sit down collectively with all the user groups, not independently. The county should facilitate a meeting with all the user groups and say, how can we do better to maintain the financial stability of all our facilities that we've invested in heavily, and still maintain the ability for local youth and adults to participate in sport. But until that decision about the hub is made, you're not going to have anybody submit any proposals, because why would they? There's too many unknowns. So my question to council is, what is the status of the hub?
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Shears, yesterday I believe you and I had a lengthy telephone conversation. One of the items that you just brought up now and that we discussed yesterday, and we were at odds over it, was the Delhi Friendship Center. And I was of the thought that that Friendship Center has been dropped and it's now being handled similar to the Simcoe Senior Center with the recreation complex and also the Port Dover. So I'm going to ask Mr. Burgess to chime in here and provide us, has the Delhi Friendship Center for Seniors been taken off the council, whatever we're calling it, not the RFP, but the call for submission?
Through the chair to the councillor, that's correct.
So it has been removed from that list, Mr. Shears. Thank you.
Through the chair, to follow up on that clarification, what discussions have happened with the Port Rowan Seniors Group and the Langton Seniors Group that use the community center down there for cards, just like the Delhi Friendship Center, exercise classes, just like the Delhi Friendship Center? In Port Rowan, they set up walking opportunities so that seniors can walk in a safe environment in the winter months. These are the types of things that come forward that if you haven't sat down with all the user groups and asked what is the importance of this structure or these facilities or this programming is to you, how do you know? And I'm going to be very honest. I was not aware that Langton had this ongoing when I live 15 minutes away. But if I was a senior, I would be very interested in being able to play cards and do exercises in a safe environment. So these halls have more uses than just funerals and weddings. There's a lot of use that's going on in the community, and I don't think the questions have been properly asked. And that's all this group is asking, is sit down with all the users and then make a sound decision. Until you do that, you're shooting in the dark.
Thank you.
Mr. Burgess?
Yeah, through the chair, one of the requirements in the RFP was that existing user terms and conditions would have to be met as part of the as part of responses. So, but again, all the intent of this submission is to obtain suggestions from the community in a formal way. So I'll point to the Delhi group, which we had some great conversations with. You know, I'm excited about some of the things that they would like to do out there. The challenge from a municipal government point of view is you need a program or a process that's public and transparent to be able to bring those ideas to the table and fully evaluate them, because if you don't have a formal structured process that is publicly advertised and is run through a formal procurement process, you are then just dealing with one-offs, and it's very difficult for a council to then say, well, you know, why didn't you go out and advertise this publicly? Why didn't you do that? So the intent of this is to have a mass call for ideas and suggestions and be as wide open as flexible as possible so that we can bring those suggestions to the table prior to the budget being made, so that council has as many options as possible there. So the timing was set up to fit into the budget process for this, and council has final decisions on any suggestions or any outcomes from that process.
Thank you. Any further questions for Councillor Rabbits?
If I may, through you, I do have a question for Mr. Burgess. Will the call for submission process still be open once we do have a final decision on hub funding? What are the timelines, and are they conflicting?
Through the chair to the councillor, the original timeline for provincial announcement was July. We've heard no changes to that process. Submissions would be due in the fall. So the intent was that information was planned to have been known at the time when, you know, final ones are. In fact, some bidder, we have, as part of the process, we have what we call optional bidder sessions, so that bidders who are interested in it can come and ask questions and find out more information. Those are actually subsequent to the date of the apparent hub announcement.
Councillor Huffman? Still muted there, I think, Kim.
I'm hitting it and it's not, I'm hitting it too fast. Thank you. My question is for Mr. Shears. So, Steve, would it be fair to say, would one of your expectations from today's deputation be that council possibly pass a motion to defer any requests for proposals until after confirmation of the hub funding is a yes or a no?
I think if the county is watching the dollars in the bottom line, I think having staff pull all this information together when the hub is going to possibly undermine any proposals. Again, I think it's putting the cart before the horse. And why would the council dedicate resources to doing all this work when first you don't have all the information, because we know there's groups that haven't been contacted or met. And secondly, what business person would put any proposal in without knowing what the impact of the hub is going to be?
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Marcelli?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Shears, would you agree that I couldn't help but notice earlier in your deputation, many of the community halls that you referred to are those in the western part of Norfolk? And would you agree, first of all, that that those are not as dependent on a hub decision because of the distance that they are from the proposed location?
Well, I honestly believe when we restructured as a county, we were going to explore opportunities to find efficiencies and synergies and partnerships and such like that. Having a coordinated seniors program across Norfolk County, which offers the same types of services and programming, if it's desired in every community, they need a place to go. So whether it's Waterford Lions Hall or whether it's the Walsingham Women's Institute, if there's a need and a business case can be put together, then why isn't the county willing to sit down with those groups? Like our group struggles with the fact that the county knows all its users, right? They're invoiced. It's not hard to pull a meeting together and say, I want to meet with all the hockey groups. Okay, how can we efficiently manage ice rentals? So that maybe sometimes Delhi has to use Langton Ice or Delhi has to go to Simcoe. But that maximizes use during prime hours that saves the county money. Same as halls. If you program properly, where you have your seniors backed by a rehabilitation club or a card club, so that the hall's only open one day instead of 4 or 5 days. If it's programmed that way, that's saving the county money, those costs. I think there's a better way of doing it. You're correct that the hub doesn't really impact those other halls, and somebody from Clear Creek is not going to drive to the senior center at the hub, nor would they if they were in Simcoe. But it's consistency again. County says that they're broke. You're spending $100,000 on an elevator in a rec center that's going to be a redundant building in a few years if the hub proceeds. And has no one thought that there is ground floor level entrance at the back of the rec center that would forego the requirement of an elevator? There's doors there. They're at the level, third level. So for $100,000, that keeps one of our arenas open. And that's all we're asking is for some sober second thought, put everything in order, talk to the user groups, because what we have took generations to build. And it seems like there's such a rush that the decision has to be made yesterday. So unless we get everything in order, we will continue to divide communities. Service clubs will not work with other service clubs. We need to get back on track as Norfolk, as one community, building for the future. But right now, we're trying to fire sale. We're saying, let's get rid of all this. Has anyone asked? The Delhi Chamber of Commerce came forward with realistic solutions to fund the shortfall. And now they're on the back burner because there's a process that was supposed to be an RFP by resolution to council, but now it's been adopted that it can be a call for proposal. You have to follow the rules you make. Your council.
Mayor Chop.
Go back, say that, rescind that motion as resolution 10 in the budget, start over with what you just passed on the 19th. If that's the process you want to follow.
Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Shears. Would you also, and again, it's Tom Michelli here speaking, would you also agree that particularly when we are dealing with user groups who are concerned with senior centers, that during the COVID-19 pandemic, that they have had a difficult time having the opportunity to put together a plan or a proposal for running some of these halls?
All the Norfolk County user groups are in the same position, and that's why we're saying in this crisis, we should be saying, okay, we recognize that the community can't run on all cylinders. We should delay, and then we should re-engage and make sound decisions. If we make these snap decisions in this environment, down the road, we will regret it.
Mayor Chop.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Maybe if you could just help me with this one point. When did the hub discussions begin? What year?
Oh goodness, you're putting me on the spot. I want to say, well, many, many years before, but I think it presented officially in council. Oh, I could be wrong here, but I want to say 2014 to 2016, in that range. However, many years before that, it started as a community initiative.
So it was not a snap decision. It was many years of discussion within council.
Correct.
I think the misconception that's out there, Mr. Shears, is that this council made the decision to pursue the hub. this council did not make the decision to pursue the hub. In fact, it was rejected at council, and it was a motion consideration brought forward by Councillor Columbus that put it back on the floor, which is why we came to this point when this council was elected. We were following through on the previous council's decision to put in a proposal for a hub to be located within, in their words, not this council's, within the urban boundary of Simcoe. And we got to this point of all this division because now we didn't like the location that this council chose within Simcoe. Unfortunately, it is a democracy, and the vote was weighted such that for reasons, they were numerous, we preferred the other location. Thinking realistically, do I think that we're going to get the funding for the hub? Have I ever thought that? No, I don't. We have an MPP that has been vocally against it, and without the support of your MPP, you're not going to get it. I think it's unfortunate because I think the benefits for Norfolk County could be immeasurable moving into the future. Do I think we potentially need to redesign the hub if we were successful in it to accommodate this changing world that we're seeing? Yeah, I do. But at the end of the day, do I think that it's going to happen? No, I don't. So we can't keep sitting here as this council, years it was discussed of the hub back and forth, and wait on building options until the fall. What we're asking for is for all those ideas that you and the concerned resident group have, we want to hear them. What we want is, instead of just putting it on social media and speaking at events, is to put it on a piece of paper, something tangible that we can consider. And, you know, the sober second thought for council will be at budget time. And if something changes with the hub or so on, then that will be up for us to decide at that point in time. If we think that what's gone on with the hub is going to impact, you know, our decision. But again, the all likelihood of that happening, I don't think is very strong. We've put an application in. We have a contract for land that depends on that application being in. And if we aren't successful, we will be able to get our funds back out of that land and redeploy them to another use. So, and if somebody else asked me from whether if the province showed up tomorrow, if our MPP showed up tomorrow and said, hey, would you take $50 million to help solve your water crisis in Norfolk County or the money for the hub? I'll be honest, right now, I'm more concerned about the water crisis in Norfolk County. But again, we can't keep waiting to look at options. So please, get your community organizations together, put the proposals down on a piece of paper as opposed to just putting them on social media, and show up at our door and have a conversation with us. That's what we want.
Through the chair, I do recognize the hub discussion has been on the books. Having previously been employed with Norfolk County, this was discussed when we first restructured. Was it worthwhile investing in the local facilities, or should we decentralize? Decision was made to keep the hearts in those local communities, and we invested heavily in all those arenas and halls. The decision, regardless of what the decision was in the past, Your Worship, the decision is before Norfolk County Council today. Is in order for us to properly manage all our assets, all our facilities, all our programs, the decision has to be made on the hub. If the decision is coming in July, then why are we not waiting till July so that we can make properly sound decisions and groups can proceed? As far as sitting down and meeting, we have. Delhi Chamber of Commerce put a proposal together for the Delhi Arena. Now if they want it resubmitted, we'll resubmit it. That's fine. But again, no business, no community group is going to put their neck forward. Like, again, let's put it this way. There's a lot of people that are concerned that Langton Arena may close. Delhi Arena may close because geographically that spreads out where the users are. At the end of the day, why would Delhi do all this work if Delhi is going to close? So again, you got to level the playing field with information that people can use. There's so much unknown right now that it's difficult for us to do anything other than say, we've got ideas that will make the existing system work, but we don't know if the existing system is going to be there after July.
Mayor Chop.
Okay, one, there is no decision on the table today. You were here for a deputation, first of all. And the second place, I appreciate what you're saying, but again, we need to move forward. This county is not in a strong financial position. When I ran and campaigned, I remember hearing so many struggles of people not being able to, book ice time because of the way the county handled it and so on and so forth. We're still proposing to subsidize these arenas to keep them going, but putting them back into the hands of the user groups so that you guys, would have the funds to hire a manager, that you could run it on a local basis again, just like you used to, so that it wasn't in the hands of a major corporation and, you're being bound by all this red tape and hoops you need to jump through Norfolk. We're actually proposing giving the user groups a subsidy to hire a manager to run the arena the way that you guys have always wanted to run it. So again, we have strong financial pressures that we need to address. No decisions are being made right now. I don't think that you speak for all of Norfolk County because there are people that are interested in bringing proposals forward. So again, we look forward to your proposal on paper, not on social media. Come forward to the office and talk about them. There will be information sessions, and we look forward to further discussion in the future.
Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a question just for Mr. Shear's information. I'm just going to ask our CAO, Mr. Burgess, to comment on the level of advice and guidance that these user groups, when they bring forward these proposals, will get from staff. And the reason I'm asking that is, I've been approached by several groups with regard to many of the community halls in the western part of Norfolk, and they are quite, frankly confused, partly because they do not have expertise in this area. So I just want you to be able to perhaps just briefly outline and perhaps allay any fears that they have that they're going to kind of be making these proposals blind and then hope and pray that they get accepted by council.
Thank you. Through the chair, it's a good question. That's one of the reasons why we moved to a submission call because it's far more flexible as far as how you can work with the user groups. We are putting together information sessions. They're optional. And, frankly, staff will be putting together information packages and, more than open to address questions that, that people who are looking to put a submission through in. The intent of this is not, like a rigid RFP process is done because there is a large economic gain by it. So we have to be very careful with how we roll through that process because someone can have an economic loss. In this process, what we're trying to do is to get user groups or community members the opportunity to do something for their community. So as staff, we're going to be as supportive as possible. We have to do it in a fair and transparent manner, but we'd be as supportive as possible, helping user groups out through the process, providing additional information for them and working with them so that they can get to that point of submission. And at that point in time, the way the evaluation process works and and your final decision, there's no assistance at that point in time. It has to be fairly evaluated based upon the criteria, and then council has final decision at the end of the day. But the intent here is to get proposals and suggestions and ideas on the table. And I believe one of the councilors made an amendment when this was passed, was that they would see all proposals, not just the ones that met the minimum bar. So council will have everything in front of them when they make their final decision. But like I said, the intent of staff is to help the user groups out.
Thank you, Jason.
I guess just my final comments to Mr. Shears would be, I know change is difficult. It always is. But it's funny in this case, the change that we're looking for is actually moving back to the way things used to be. So I would leave you with trying to imagine, the community groups booking their own ice time when they wanted, being able to have fundraisers without having to, go through Norfolk County and get a license and pay exorbitant hall rentals and, being able to go in with the kids and paint the arena as opposed to, having to pay significantly, larger costs because of the way the municipality has to be run. So the idea is to get back into a time where you guys used to run the facilities. The idea is not to see them go away, but to move back to that, and even so far as the county now subsidizing it, unlike what they did in the past, in order to keep them alive.
Okay, seeing no further questions to the deputation, can I have a mover and a seconder to receive the deputation as information? Councillor Michelle, Councillor Rabbits, and all in favor? That is carried. Thank you, Mr. Shears. Are there any deputations committee wishes to debate and or pass motions on? See, Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. If we go back to the first one with Mr. Greenwood, at budget time, we cut out the cost of that pheasant hunting and eliminated the need for licensing on the hope that some group would take that over and sort of do it. And I think that's exactly the presentation that Mr. Greenwood made. I know I've had discussions with him over the last few months. There's businesses out there who would be willing to sell the licenses to help pay for the pheasants. The club would release the pheasants. It would carry on as usual. It just wouldn't cost the county anything. So if I could ask the deputy clerk, is it possible to, or could we put forward a motion that staff sit down with the Long Point Area Fish and Game Club, and is it legal to delegate the authority to collect license fees to a group like that on behalf of the county so that we could work that out?
Through the Vice Chair to committee, what I would recommend is putting forth a motion to have staff investigate and bring back further information on, and that can certainly be done at the July Council and Committee meeting, and then Council and Committee could move forward that way. So have staff investigate and then bring back.
Timing is of the essence, like the season starts in October, right? But could I put forth a motion that I'm sure you could draft up to meet the needs, but let's get that process going. I think that was always the intent at budget time, that if we could find a group out there who'd be willing to take it over, that we'd be more than happy to support them. We just want to get rid of the cost of it.
Okay. Yep, through the Vice Chair to committee, that's certainly a motion that would be in order, and if you have a seconder, then that would be fine.
Councillor Michelle, seconding. Okay, and Councillor Columbus.
Well, I had a motion written out here that appropriate recreation community services staff meet with representatives of the Long Point Fish and Game Club to discuss their pheasant release program proposal and bring a report back to council.
Okay, any further discussion? July? Oh, before the July break. Okay, Councillor Taylor? Thank you.
I was just going to suggest putting a date on it there, but I see that happened, so we're good.
Okay, no further discussion, so we'll put it to a vote. All in favor? And that's carried. Okay. We're moving on here. Councillor Taylor, sorry.
Just a question regarding a comment that Mr. Shears made during his deputation about the Zamboni door. Is there any way to retrofit the, I'm hoping staff be able to investigate for the construction project there, if there'd be a way to retrofit the Zamboni door and add parking in the back or something like that to avoid the cost of the elevator, if that's possible, or if that calculation was made and the elevator is the cheaper option.
Through the chair, we can certainly take a look at that. I know we looked at a number of different options, but Mr. Cridland can provide a memo back to council on that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Consent items. There is one consent item on today's agenda. If any member of committee wishes to discuss a consent item or ask questions upon it, please identify now. Otherwise, we'll be moving to the beginning of staff reports. Councillor Michelle, if you'd like to pull the...
I would, Madam Chair. Thank you.
No problem. Okay, okay, thank you. Paula's on her way in, and we'll start with amendment to parking bylaw number 2011-189. Sorry, CAO report 20-14. Sure, Mr. Burgess can start.
Through the chair, and I'll wait till Paula is here, but this was a report completed by our clerk, Andy, but really this was a safety issue that was brought up, and staff is recommending a no park item to improve, or sorry, no stopping requirement on that one stretch that is outlined. This is purely for safety reasons, and it would require a bylaw amendment, which is attached.
Do you want to speak to that, Councillor Michelle, or you want to wait till Paula comes?
Well, I could, Madam Chair, or I don't know if our solicitor is going to be coming shortly. Just because the nature of my questioning is more about the safety and liability issues in general there. So she is here now, if I can, when she's ready.
No, Councillor Geisens, please feel free to stay where you are. I'm sorry, as I was walking in, so I did not actually hear the question.
It's okay. It didn't come out yet. We're just on the parking bylaw. Councillor Michelle is going to address safety concerns.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Paula, this question just is regarding the now no stopping, and it's there because it has been made clear that there is a safety issue now. As a result of some debris being cleared off of that particular part of the beach in Long Point, and now I have had the same calls that a resident has asked to have that change made because people are now stopping on that spot, and it's becoming a bit of a hazard because it's right around the bend, right there at that part of the property. I guess this, just for myself, this raises several other concerns I get from residents in Long Point about the whole issue of safety and in some cases possible liability, which is what we are always concerned with. And so one of the realities of the current environmental situation in Long Point, as it on much of the shoreline of the Great Lakes, especially Lake Erie, is that we continually, almost on a daily basis, lose some of that shoreline. And I've had many people express concern that there are certain parts of the county-owned part of the beach that have deteriorated and eroded to the point where they're almost not even there, especially the section very close that is west of the provincial park. And there are some places there where there is it's almost like a sheer cliff drop of, depending on, which spot you're talking about, but it's sometimes in some cases 4 to 6 feet. And people are very concerned about children or any visitors who could fall or injure themselves on that section of land there. So what I'm wondering is if, in addition to what we are looking at today with regard to the no stopping at that point of the beach, if I could, and I may need some direction from the clerk about this, but I'm wondering if I could ask and direct staff to perhaps give us a report on the conditions of those parts of county property on the shoreline, particularly that section west of the provincial park, where I do believe we are unfortunately every year dealing with a diminishing resource. Because, and again, I think it would be helpful to council to have a report that maybe is a little bit more focused on some real details. I of course get all kinds of anecdotal information about the amount of erosion that occurs each year, or the amount of the distance that these cliffs that have been formed are. It might be helpful, I think, for us going forward if we were to have a report on that type of thing. And I don't know if we might even be in need of some kind of a shoreline study that will help us perhaps manage it, because the shoreline is receding to the point where in some areas there is so little of our own property, that is county property, that it is only left now for private property. And again, I'm concerned about people being on private property, injuring themselves, those kinds of things. So that's the reason I bring all this up, and I'm hoping that I could direct staff to maybe put together some kind of a report for council's information so that we are a little bit better informed about what the circumstances actually are there.
So through the chair, of course, I don't direct Public Works staff or roads, so I couldn't do that. My role is to amend things when people tell me that there's a good reason to amend them. If I guess what could happen is that a motion could come from council and committee to ask road staff for a proposal, either themselves to just at least do a scan of the area, not a full-blown study, but at least a scan of the area, so that if there's anything that's immediately obviously a concern, they then may have recommendations to amend a bylaw, such as the parking bylaw, to prevent people from using that area. To the extent that you might wish to have staff or the county engage a full-on study, I don't know for sure, but my expectation is we don't have in-house staff capable of doing the kind of study I think you're contemplating. So there's a budget implication for that in particular. But those are my initial thoughts. Of course, I'm always happy to work with staff to implement a recommendation on a safety issue of this kind.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Paula. And by the way, I did intend for these questions to be primarily directed to Public Works. I just wanted to begin because we were, leaping off of the no stopping bylaw. So I did want to just touch on some possible liability issues, but I do recognize that I think this is a conversation where the staff we need to direct on this is probably our roads department. Thank you.
Councillor Columbus, I haven't forgotten about you, but I think that our Deputy Clerk can chime in here.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, just sorry, 1 second, Councillor Columbus. I think Steph can just provide some insight there.
Thanks, Vice Chair Martin. To Councillor Michelli, in terms of providing direction to staff, if you certainly can do that if you wanted to move a motion to that regard. I'm just going back to your initial question, and you just need a seconder for that. What I would say, and Paula did touch on it, that there would likely be a budget amendment, and so having a formal motion is how I think it would be best to be gathered. You could certainly ask questions. I think Jason has come around, but it sounds to me like the topic that you're suggesting is quite in-depth, or could be quite in-depth, and so I would think that directing staff that way and having a report come back would be your best approach.
Thank you, Stephanie. And that's what I would like to do. I think we need to begin with just some basic information, as I mentioned, for council's knowledge and ability to go forward. And then any budgetary concerns we would be able to address at a later date.
Councillor Columbus, then Councillor Van Passen, and then Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This report, I find it, is about switching up the signage from no parking to no stopping. And that means no stopping. So my question to Ms. Booten is, are we going to be having 7-day enforcement? It's all about enforcement with respect to this change. So will there be 7-day enforcement at this
So, I mean, first of all, it's not all about enforcement. When people pass rules, a very large number of them will just follow the rule because it's there and there's a sign telling them not to stop. There is enforcement through the summers in particular, including on the weekends, irrespective of the whole situation we're in right now, which does have 7-day a week, except for Wednesdays, staff on. Through summers, we typically do have parking assistance through summer students, and there will be at least 2 proceeding in that basis, possibly 4, depending on your decision today. But I don't think it's just a question of enforcement. So simply having the rule and somebody who's driving up and says, oh, no stopping, they'll keep going.
Councillor Van Passen?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Sort of partly answered my question. What is the legal difference between parking and stopping?
So our parking bylaw has a definition of both parking and stopping. They're quite, I don't have it right in front of me, so I can't specify exactly what they say, but the nuance is quite small between the two. But the idea is you've parked a car, you've turned it off, you've left your vehicle. In layperson's thoughts, whereas stopping your vehicle is, oh, I'm just going to park here for a moment or two, take a look at the view, and keep driving. And we want to discourage that behavior as well.
Now they'll just drive really, really slow, and then it's okay?
Sorry, I didn't hear your question.
Said, so now if you just drive really, really slow instead of stopping, then it would be okay?
I suppose people could drive on. You're not supposed to, by other Highway Traffic Act rules, drive on a curb. So ideally, this means the end of people on that curb.
Councillor Taylor?
Thank you. I just saw Mr. Cridland waving his hand on the committee room A there, so I just wanted to let you know that.
Thank you. Mr. Cridland?
Thank you, Councillor, and through the Madam Chair. Yeah, I was back to the original, and I may be too late. I know Mr. Godby had left the room, and I think is in the main room now as well. My only comments on the beach accesses, if I'm understanding Councillor Michelle's request properly, was, you know, staff do look at these regularly. It is a dynamic beach. It can change within a week. High water comes in, you can go from no ledge to quite a high ledge. So I wanted to step in. I may be too late to say that I'm not sure for a full coastal engineer. I don't know what kind of study you would get, because the erosion can happen quick and fast, and as long as water levels go down, as right now obviously high water the last 3 or 4 years, it is an issue. But if water levels recede to kind of the average level, these beach accesses, which are road allowances, maintain themselves. We can get permission from the MNRF to bulldoze the ends of them. And I'm just speaking from my past as roads manager, we didn't have a lot of problems with them. It is the high water. So I think the simplest would be for staff, in my opinion, to simply to keep watching these and monitoring them. They are closed now as an entrance to the beach, but when it opens, and I think that can be done quite easily with public works staff. Mr. Godby has stepped in the room and kind of nodding his agreement. So I just wanted to throw that out, but I don't want to interfere. If council does want a larger study report on it, that's something I'll leave with Mr. Godby, but it is dynamic, and in my experience can change almost weekly with the high water. I'll leave it at that. Any questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Bill, thank you. It's not my intention to make a motion to have any kind of official study done at this point. I think it's just helpful. It would be helpful, I think, for council to get a little bit more information, perhaps in a report, and you've outlined many of the situations that do exist in Long Point, as you and I are very familiar with. But I think it would be helpful for council to get a little bit more information about, the whole process, perhaps, by which staff decides to open an access, close an access, move sand, bulldoze, all those types of things. It would just be helpful, I think, for everybody to be more aware of that. And then perhaps, from there, we may go further. But I know that staff is very good about responding to those changing conditions as you describe them, and there's no trouble with that. I do think it's one of those things that I would feel more comfortable if all of council were as privy to the circumstances as I am. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor, because staff is actually quite small in the corner of the screen, so you can't see much. I appreciate that. Any other comments with regards to CAO 20-14?
I think we can pull that off pretty easy, Jay, because my group sometimes.
Okay. Councillor Rabbits, are you moving? Thank you. Mover and seconder that parking bylaw number 2011-189 be amended in accordance with the bylaw. Need a seconder? Councillor Columbus, and all in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Okay, we are on to staff report. Oh, sorry, Councillor Michelli. You're in the room.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry. I just for clarification, if I can check with the clerk. So was I successful in asking for direction to staff on the report on the erosion on the Long Point Beach?
Through the Vice Chair to Councillor Michelli, I would like to just check with the CAO, but what I would think is that staff could just take that information and provide an information memo to council and committee, and then from there, should council desire to move forward with something a little bit more formal, then you could do your motion. But I would think the direction as to just putting some information together in a memo format would be sufficient.
Thank you very much. That's exactly what I'd like.
Okay, thank you. Staff reports A, which is staff report CS 20-01, summary of bid award for the period ending May 26, 2020. Staff to present. Hi, Shelley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a summary report of 3 bid award requests for Council's review and consideration. The bid results identified in this request have been developed and issued in accordance with Norfolk County purchasing policies and procedures, and the recommended bidder has been proposed on the basis of having submitted the lowest compliant bid that meets minimum specs. Excuse me. Staff are seeking approval for the respective general managers to execute contracts with the successful bidders. Staff do note the Port Rowan water treatment plant upgrade request also seeks approval for the issuance of debentures. Staff do note one clerical error on the certificate of treasurer, and that's located on page 20 of your agenda package. It should read to a maximum cost of $5.7 million to align with the report recommendation and the financial services comments included in the spreadsheet attachment. The Port Rowan to St. Williams transmission water main project request also seeks approval for a budget amendment with funding to be provided by the Water Capital Replacement Reserve Fund. A detailed summary of each request has been outlined in attachment A of the report. Mr. Godby is here with me in committee room A if council has any specific questions on the scope of the projects contained within this request. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley. Councillor Columbus has a question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Shelley, am I thinking correctly here that the Port Rowan to St. Williams transmission water main is actually $1,085,000 over budget?
Councillor, through the chair to Councillor Columbus, you are correct in your interpretation of the details in the report.
It's a significant difference from the budget. Just wonder, was it a consultant that actually made the original estimate to the budget?
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus, that original budget was developed with some information from the consultant who had done the analysis of that transmission main, along with some of our input from engineering staff. The major differences that we've found from the original look at the project to the where we're at today is basically been driven by a few things. One of the major drivers that was not factored in when the budget was set was the amount of contamination that's been found, actually contaminated soils actually within that roadway. Most of that is just due to the manner in which the roads were constructed many years ago and leaching of some of those tar products basically down into the roadbed. By today's standard now, when we find that, it must be monitored and removed. Though that is something that was not factored in due to the fact that there was no in-depth geotechnical reporting done went back last year when staff brought this project forward. Couple of the other factors that drove that was as we did the water modeling for the replacement of this transmission main, it was determined that it would be in the county's best interest to upsize this water main at the time in order to ensure that we're going to meet the future needs of everything to the east of Port Rowan, St. Williams, Boose Harbor area, Fin and Feather Marina, that whole area, and any potential future development there, as well as doing a better job of resolving some pressure issues that are out there. There was sections of this new main that ran into conflicts with some of the existing storm and sanitary sewers on Wolven Street within the urban area of Port Rowan. And we've also had added an area of additional restoration works where we had conflicts with storm and sanitary that will need to be relayed. It was going to end up with a bunch of road cuts through the urban area. So staff's suggestion is that once that work is actually completed, that we actually do a full asphalt resurfacing of that portion of roadworks within the urban area of Port Rowan. So I hope that helps provide a little bit of that background context for you.
Yes, it certainly does. Thanks.
Councillor Rabbits.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, direct my questions towards Jason. Thank you for clarifying. That's what I highlighted here about the increased construction costs due to the removal of the contaminated soil and the increased size of the main. But I recollect that the failure of this main, it was also attributed to sediment or the type of infill that was surrounding the pipe. And I was hoping for some comments about how long this main, what was the shelf life on it? What was the longevity? And, have we addressed that issue moving forward? Dig once, we're going to put some sediment in that hopefully won't corrode these pipes. What type of shelf life are we expecting for what we're replacing? Should this be lasting, 30 years, 70 years? This was an emergency repair, and we weren't budgeting or anticipating replacing this water main. And I just want to ensure, and for the public's benefit, knowing that what we're putting back in the ground, both the infill and the pipe itself, is going to stand the test of time.
Through the chair to Councillor Rabbits. That's a good question. In today's installation of water mains, we are typically using PVC pipe now. That is what will be installed under this project. Basically, the PVC pipe is not susceptible to the aggressive soils. So, there are still proper bedding that is installed around it as per kind of manufacturer specifications, just to keep that pipe in place as it should be. So, without getting into a big, long, overwhelming explanation of it, that yes, the pipe material that will be installed here will address any of those concerns with those corrosive soils.
Thank you for that. I am going to press for an expiry date. You know, how many years could we expect, you know, before we're looking at a potential replacement, if you can? What's the shelf life on a PVC pipe? I have no idea.
Through the chair to Councillor Rabbits, we currently do have PVC installed in Norfolk in some areas. It was put in the early 70s, which though those pipes are still in good shape. As the technology and the science behind the creation of these pipes has improved over the years, we're typically looking at anywhere from 50 to 75-year life on a PVC main.
Thank you. And I just have one more. You know, I've also highlighted that, you know, we had 28 companies, contractors submitting a bid, and, you know, it came down to 2 that actually, you know, put forward a submission. You know, I understand and council understands that companies will sort of shop around and, you know, they're putting in a bid just so they can get that package, receive that information, and see what the work would entail. But, you know, it does seem quite dramatic to have 28 companies getting that initial package, but only 2 actually putting forward an attempt for a bid. And I was just hoping, you know, maybe a comment on that, if that seems unusual from your perspective, if you're anticipating receiving more bids, or if this is part and parcel for a project of this magnitude.
Through the chair, if I may start, what we're seeing is a larger uptake in the county's bid documents since we implemented an online solution through bids and tenders. So what we're generally seeing is a large number of bidders interested in pursuing our bid documents. Some areas we're seeing a greater number of submissions, and it just comes down to the capacity of the bidder at the time of closing, and if they have capacity in their work schedule to fill out bids for the county to consider. But you will generally see a larger uptake moving forward because of the ease of obtaining documents from the county through this new electronic method.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, I was also, like Councillor Columbus, a little concerned about the $1 million there, but thank you, Jason, for clearing that up. Shelley, what reserve did you say that difference is coming out of?
Water. Through the chair to Councillor Taylor, it's coming from the Water Capital Replacement Reserve Fund. I did speak with Cathy LaPlante, the treasurer, earlier today, and she did indicate that the reserve has an appropriate balance for this differential.
Okay, perfect, thank you. That was going to be the follow-up there. And then also, Jason, when are we expecting construction to start?
Through the chair to Councillor Taylor, I can't put a firm date on construction start yet as we've not awarded, but if this were to go through CIC tonight and we're looking to ratify it next week at council, what I can do is request a preliminary kind of construction schedule. I know they were planning on doing some of the out-of-town works earlier through the year, and then completing some of the downtown works late in the fall past kind of that typical first tourism season. And I know Bayfest was a concern, which our project manager has been dealing with some of the local businesses and the organizers of that event down in Port Rowan. Had that not been impacted by our current COVID situation.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Jason, just you already alluded to my first question that when we originally discussed this, that we were concerned about the timing of the construction start because of Bayfest. But as you mentioned, Bayfest has unfortunately had to be canceled because of COVID-19. Just one other question that I've gotten from some residents on Front Road and Wolven, to have staff communicate with them if there are going to be any disruptions to their ability to get in and out of their properties. Thanks.
Okay, seeing no further questions, there's a recommendation on page 17. Does anyone wish to move that or make an alternative move? Moved by Councillor Michele, seconder, Councillor Geisens. Is there any further discussion on that? And seeing none, all in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Okay, the next staff report, page 21 of the agenda, CS 20-03, development charges. Kathy?
Thank you, Chair Martin and members of council. On an annual basis, the Development Charges Act requires the Treasurer to provide council with a financial statement outlining the activity that has taken place over 2019. Activity includes the collection and use of development charges, debt issuance, debt payment, repayments, and interest earned on development charges reserve funds. In addition, the financial statement includes opening and closing balances. As outlined in attachment 1 on page 25 of your agenda, the overall balances of the development charges reserve funds as of January 1st, 2019 was $8.3 million, and now it is approximately $7.2 million. Changes over the last year totaled just over $6 million in revenues that we've collected from developer contributions, revenues from a debt issuance of approximately $2.9 million, and interest income, which is approximately offset by, and interest income, and which is offset by approximately $7.1 million to fund capital growth projects that related to projects that were included in the development charges background study. Just one item I'd like to note, in 2020, the financial statement, we've made a small change. It now includes any funding for levy or rate exempt development charges that are outlined within the Development Charges Reserve Fund bylaw for Norfolk County. In the past, the cost of exemptions were not funded or accounted for, which is a requirement of the Development Charges Act. We've made this change, and we've now made this change, and we are moving forward in the statements for in the future to include these items. We've made the accounting change, and we now have included a 2020 budget. It is an estimate. We will, over the next few years, have a better estimate. We'll be working more with planning as permits come in and are applied for. Then we'll have a better idea throughout the year which exemptions we have. So if we have any variances, we'll also be able to report that to council. So that's one good change for us, that we're making a change to meet the requirements. Again, it has no effect on any of the net levy surplus or deficit. Also attached to the report are individual statements for the development charges reserve funds. It's outlining in detail the capital costs that have been funded from the development charges over the year. And it also outlines any other resources or funding that for the capital projects. The total amount that we have withdrawn from the Development Charges Reserve Fund is approximately $6.2 million. That's just an overall summary. If any council has any questions, I'd be more than pleased to respond to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question on the chart on page 25, the wastewater development charge reserve fund. $2,900,000 of the money in that reserve comes from the issuance of debt. So, like, if we issue a debenture and then put that in a reserve fund, how do we pay the debt off?
Through the chair to Councillor Van Passen, you're correct. That is an issuance of $2.9 million of debt. It's the proceeds. It was for the Waterford wastewater treatment plant upgrades. If you notice, if you go to the, so we're borrowing funds because we haven't collected the development charges yet for this project in its entirety. So we borrow the funds, and the fund actually repays back any of the principal and interest payments. On page 25, under the bottom section, you'll see that debt payments and proceeds are actually offset in the statement. Hopefully that answers your question.
Well, that's what I'm unclear, like that the balance in that reserve fund right now is a negative 648,000. Is that plus the extra 2.9 million, so that the real balance is like 3.5 million in the hole, or is that 648 the actual amount because you're accounting for paying back that debt?
We're through the chair to Councillor Van Passen, we are definitely repaying the debt back that we have borrowed, but as we collect the contributions from the developer, those funds are actually used to make the payments for the proceeds and the development charges. So the balance, in essence, if we hadn't borrowed the actual debt, if we didn't issue a debt issuance, the balance would be over $3 million. Now, we do still have a negative balance. A lot of that is, portion of that would probably relate to the collection, again, of development charges. And when we do another development charge study, in the end, we should see that all even out. We'll be able to collect more development charges related to projects that have been actually built, but we don't have the growth yet. It's past the 10-year period, and I believe Waterford was one of those. You'll see in our next development charges, you'll see collections included for this project still.
Any further questions to staff? Seeing none. Lost my page. So we have a recommendation. Is there a mover and seconder? Councillor Columbus. And a seconder. Councillor Rabbits, that report CS 20-03 2019 development charges obligatory reserve fund annual statement be received as information, and that the 2019 development charges annual reserve fund statement shall be made available on Norfolk County's website or upon request. Any further discussion? And a vote. All in favor? And that's carried. Thanks. Okay, let's go on here. Staff report CS 20-04 accounts receivable collection policy amendment.
Thank you, Chair Martin. This report requests a minor amendment to policy FS 30, the accounts receivable collection policy, to include a provision to write off POA fines in those instances where the defendant is certified as deceased. And we do that verification through MTO driving record, newspaper obituary, online obituary, or a death certificate. This item was overlooked when the policy was reviewed and approved by Council earlier this year, and we're seeking approval from Council to make this minor amendment. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions that Council may have.
Thanks, Shelley. Councillor Columbus?
Yes, I'd move the recommendation, and I just wondered why something like this wasn't in the consent item line rather than in a debatable report.
Okay, sure, thank you.
Through the Vice Chair to Councillor Columbus, that's a good question. Sometimes when we're putting together the agenda and determining what items would make sense on a consent, it's just kind of something that we play around with. So it's really a guessing game a lot of times, but you're right. I think that this could have been something, it was more of a housekeeping item, and I see your point, and it's something that could have been addressed under consent.
Thank you.
Great, so moved by Councillor Columbus. Is there a seconder? Councillor Rabbits. That report CS 20-04 accounts receivable collection policy amendment be received, and that policy FS 30 accounts receivable collection policy be amended to include a provision to write off Provincial Offences Act fines in instances where the defendant is certified as deceased. Any further discussion? And seeing none, I'll call a vote. All in favor? That's carried. Thanks. Okay. Staff report CS 20-05, 2021 budget processes, timetables, and guidelines. Staff to present, please.
Thank you, Chair Martin. I'm going to take the first stab at this report. The report includes proposed timelines and guidelines for staff to use during the preparation of Norfolk County's annual budget process, which of course includes the 10-year capital plan, a rate-supported operating budget, and a levy-supported operating budget. Although the process remains relatively similar to last year's process, staff are proposing a few changes for council to consider. Staff are recommending that a public budget consultation process be. This will likely occur in September, and we will be working with the Communications Department and Council Services to establish the necessary framework with follow-up to Council. Staff have also considered the inclusion of participatory budgeting into the budget process. Participatory budgeting would be a new initiative for the county to consider, where the county would establish a process, lay the groundwork to engage residents and collect citizen input, and to allocate resources and funding so that citizens can prioritize items of importance, monitor the project and its spending. This could be potentially set up in a ward framework or collectively for the county. And staff would work on some guiding principles for council's future consideration. Given the timing and the challenges this year, staff, however, are recommending that this initiative be included as part of the 22 budget process. The report outlines proposed budget guidance for council's review, which will set a framework for staff to work within to develop the 2021 budget. A list of 13 items have been included in the report. However, just to highlight a few of the key items would be overall guidance that incorporates a 2% for water and wastewater, a special capital levy and a special water and wastewater capital levy of 2% respectively. And this would assist with the county's asset management plan and infrastructure gaps. Many municipalities have adopted similar philosophies. A 0% on the average residential property, and departments to include stakeholders wherever possible in the process. And we recently did see that feedback from the Heritage Committee. So we will be encouraging all departments to have some stakeholder input. The timelines proposed are fairly aggressive. However, the staff team feel that the proposed budget deliberation dates are realistic and workable. Staff are proposing that the budget committee meet in October for the capital budget, November for the rate operating budget, and early January for the levy operating budget. With that, I would like to turn it over to the CAO for some additional comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And through the chair, I just want to stress this is a slightly new approach for this council, but it's one that does go on in other municipalities. The importance of budget guidance is to have council provide some input to staff as we go and make our plans for budget. And it provides us some early guidance or understanding from where council would like to see the budget end up. That way we can focus our time most efficiently. It doesn't bind you to the decision today. Once staff prepares the budget, and we have those discussions, you can, as always as council, evaluate that, but it does provide more guidance. I do want to stress that staff is recommending on this document a 0% increase to the property, or to the levy, for the levy increase. And what that actually means for council, just so it's clear, is that staff would have to come up with cuts. To obtain a 0% increase, as our cost of goods inflate and as union contracts and other salary increases inflate, those costs have to be then found someplace else to actually get down to zero. So that's the intent of this budget. And the rationale provided for that was in some of the guidance factors. We think that frankly, the economy and the county is hurting a bit due to COVID-19, or more than a bit, frankly. And for our going in position, we think zero is appropriate going in. We did put a special levy for 2% in. That is only for capital projects, and that 2% is only restricted to be used to build up our capital reserves. As council just saw from the previous report, our development charge reserve is down $1 million this year. We don't have a lot in our total development charges. And as this council knows, our reserves are depleted, would be the best way to phrase it. So we are just looking to make sure that any any tax pickup that we have is dedicated to the infrastructure gap. So I just wanted to provide that extra emphasis on this as council deliberates the budget, but we think staff is trying to recommend I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It would be a difficult budget to come in at zero, but we think it's appropriate for us to at least try that and bring those results forward to council for budget deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Questions, Councilor Michelli?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm not sure this is so much of a question, Jason. I do want to say that I'm just really pleased that we are including public consultation as a process in order to engage residents. I think if there's one thing we hear repeatedly, and I think it even came up in at least one deputation earlier today, is that we have omitted that public consultation process. So I'm very pleased to see that is included in this report. Thank you.
Councilor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question to Mr. Burgess. Would it not, in hindsight, would it not have been wiser to increase the 2020 budget by 4-point-some% and then the 21 budget by 4-point-some% rather than go from, 8.4 to 0?
Through the chair to the councillor, the challenge with the 2020 budget was, frankly, a large chunk of that budget or previous budgets, the 2019 budget and 2018 budget, weren't real budgets because there was gaps in those budgets. We had constant budget overruns in many areas, so we developed a budget on paper, but then the reality was completely different than the budget. What we have to do is make sure that our budgets are real and that we actually meet those budgets. You can't have budgets that where we have continuous overruns in it. So a big chunk of the last budget would have been to just to essentially normalize or stabilize our budget process to say what are we really spending, what's a realistic budget going forward. In a perfect world, yeah, you wouldn't have these significant ups and downs. And the challenge we have in this county is frankly our reserves. We just can't absorb a lot of changes. And when you're that low on reserves, if you're really tight on the budget, it complicates the issue better. So if we had a very good 2018 and 2019 budget, I would agree with you, Councillor Columbus, but most of the issue with the 2020 budget was just we needed to get the budget right first before we made strategic decisions.
Second question. What kind of dollars have we received to date from the Ontario or federal governments with respect to the pandemic funding?
Through the chair to the councillor, we haven't received, we've received some social services funding specific to be spent this year for that, but as far as recouping any PPE or other costs that we have incurred, we really have not received any, and that can be discussed in the next report that's coming to council also.
Thank you.
Councillor Van Passen and then Rabbit.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, or Madam Deputy Chair. If I remember last year's budget discussions, we had to raise taxes collected by over 12% just to pay for all the services that historically we have been paying for. That was what was the fancy term, the right-sizing the budget, because historically they'd been spending for the last 10 years or more, spending more than 10% more than they collected. So with assessment growth and things like that, the actual increase was 8.4%, but it was actually collecting 12% more than historically we had. And we still haven't fixed the problem. We've just stopped it from getting worse. And to achieve a target of a zero increase this year, I think it's great and wonderful thing because of the COVID situation. There's a lot of good hardworking people out there that don't have a job right now. Where are they going to pay their bills from? So to stick them with another tax increase is sort of beyond what I'd like to do. So to at least target a zero increase in the taxes. But make no mistake, we will have to cut
services somewhere. There's no little tweaks in the budget to hide or to save 100,000 here or 200,000 there. We're going to have to look at bigger things, and hopefully, like we didn't get a chance for it last year, but the public input on the ideas of how we can save that money, or what are we willing to give up, I guess, is the bigger question. So I don't think this process is going to be fun, but I think it's very necessary, and we are going to have to make some hard decisions. And I'm really happy that staff has brought forth, the guidelines that they're going to bring a draft budget to us under these guidelines, and not get into that mythical world how staff is supposed to present a budget so we get to pick some easy things to cut out so it looks like we did our job. No, we're doing our job, but we've got real numbers to do it with.
Councilor Rabbits.
Thank you, Vice Chair Martin. Through you, I think I'd like to start with just some comments about the budget guidance portion, page 3 of 5, CS 20-05 of our report. When I look through for opportunities for the proposed public budget consultation process, a couple points stick out to me. Point 6, departments will continue to develop user-paid initiatives for the services based on the user fee philosophy that's established by council. I wanted to affirm, and I believe that philosophy is to aim towards total cost recovery for some, if not all, of those user-paid initiatives. And something that I've received from a number of user groups, and it's in light of the specter of potentially semi-privatizing arenas or closing or losing some of these facilities. I've had user groups approach me and say, Ian, had I known, Councilor Rabbits, had I known our facilities were in the underfunded condition that they were in, I would have been willing to pay more to use those facilities. And my thoughts are, if we are to achieve total cost recovery or recoup some cost through user fees, perhaps we can make up that gap in revenues. Further to that point, number 7 is looking for existing revenue levels and focus on areas where new or expanded sources of revenue can be developed. And I believe that bullet point is outside of this call for submission process, engaging with those user groups who have approached me and said, had I known the finances were in the condition that they were, perhaps it would have been a very different conversation when we're having our rate budgets. So our budgets work together, yes, aiming at a zero levy increase, for the operations budget. It is a good target to put on the dartboard, but we need to think about how our budgets work comprehensively, how they tie into rates, how they tie into capital, and those 2 bullet points stand out to me as something that we could be engaging with user groups in a more meaningful way. I did also want to mention, the fact that we didn't put money away for our reserves for those rainy days. We have it in the report that those reserves are depleted. I will refresh council's memory that there was an unsuccessful vote to put some money away for those reserves. And while we are aiming for a 0% increase, it behooves me to mention that we have these depleted reserves, and this is going to be a difficult conversation we will have again if we're going to put any money away for a rainy day. We can't continue to deplete those reserves, and that may mean a levy impact. $1 today is going to be 2 or 3 or more tomorrow, and we're going to have the same discussion during this budget deliberation process that we had in early 2020 with regards to reserves. And maybe that's something that we can engage in that public consultation process to try to figure out how we're going to be able to hide some money away for those unplanned budget overruns or those budget amendments. Hopefully we're right-sizing this budget and those won't occur, but there's going to be unexpected costs in the future. And if we don't address putting money into our reserves, this is going to be a continued problem for the foreseeable future when we're doing our budgeting. And, listening to those comments, I see that Jason is taking notes, and, I would like for our CAO just to respond to some of the comments that I've made with regards to the public consultation process and with regards to what's on the dartboard, or what are we targeting for our depleted reserves?
Thank you through the chair to Councillor Rabbits, and for the record, we won't hide any money, but I understand the point you were trying to get to. No, the reserve is a stay a week issue for for myself, and if I speak for the finance team, it's something that we discuss quite frequently because. Like if you like your household finances, if you have money in the bank, you have flexibility. If you're paycheck to paycheck, any little thing becomes a problem, and that's the challenge that we're facing. So when we deliberated on the guidance, that's why we wanted to make sure that there was something at least going in for the capital reserve, because that's where some of our biggest challenges are there. We agree with Councillor Rabbits with regards to user fees. One of the things I want to have open discussions with during the consultation period is, what does make sense for the community? If I'm using a hockey arena, does paying 60% of the cost make sense for those user groups? There's benefits to the community as a whole. Does 50% make sense? Does 30% make sense? What's those ranges? And when we have those engagements with the community, we can bring that information back to council. And I've done this when I was in consulting. You would get big changes between the different types of services that are being offered. There might be and each community is different. So in some communities, transit is something that the community likes to support more through subsidy because of a lot of the societal benefits that happen through transit and the requirements for that. Where other communities, recreational activities are something that's more valued by that community. So it can't be a cookie cutter type of approach because each community has different values. So when I was here doing some consulting work in the fall, I was surprised Norfolk County didn't do budget consulting or with the community. So I stepped into that situation. It was too late to do anything at that point in time, but I think it is important because as council, you have the ability to talk to the constituents on a daily basis. You get your feedback, you get your input, and as staff, we need some of that same input to it, and we'd like to package it up and give it to council. So the appetite for user fees will be one of the issues that are there. The appetite for saving for a rainy day this year versus maybe that's something that the community would say, we agree with saving for a rainy day, but that's maybe something that we'll do next year. That might come up through the discussion. So when we prepare the engagement questions and the process, we'll be sure to get some input from council on the questions that we're asking to make sure that the questions we're asking, the information we'll get is something that council seems useful to, and if there's other information that's there. But you're not going to hear from Kathy, the treasurer, or Shelley, or myself. We're going to advocate, strongly that we do build back our reserves, and I believe that was one of this council's strategic initiatives, was they wanted to leave the county in a better financial position than when they assumed it, and finance department's aligned with that. So that's something that will be a theme going forward. I don't know if I answered all your questions, Councillor Rabbits, but did I miss? And I apologize if I missed one, because I was making some notes at the time, so sometimes it's not as good.
Thank you. Just maybe one follow-up. Is that 0% target for the operating levy, that includes no contributions to our reserves, correct?
Just our regular contributions that we have. So we've committed to road reserve and some other contributions that we make during the regular budget process, so that would be included. So all the previous council approved reserve contributions would be part of that zero that's going forward. And then on top of it, we're saying that additional special levy that can only be used for capital projects would be there.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just remember, before we build up the reserves, we've got to pay off $100 million in debt too at the same time, right? So it's nice to have a big bank, but when you still got a mortgage, it's kind of tough to have one. So I would just like a little bit more information, make sure everybody understands what a participatory budget process is like. And when you're done explaining that,
could you also mention, like, is there any chance that you'd be looking at area rating for the taxes to go in conjunction with that?
Through the chair, I'll start first, and if staff wants to bail me out, I'll welcome that. Participatory budgeting is something I'm biased with. Like, I like the concept of participatory budgeting. It's been used successful in a number of cities. If you Google it with what New York City does, Toronto Housing does it, Vancouver has used it. Essentially, council sets aside an amount of money in their budget, which the citizens get to decide how to spend it on. It's normally for capital projects that improve their lives, so it would normally fall in their community services budget. But you give them the responsibility, frankly, to make those decisions, and it's usually a competitive process. There'd be multiple decisions, like multiple things that would come up from the community, and they decide to make the recommendation of how they want to spend their money, or if they want to save some of it for the following year for a larger project. That can all be done. But it is the ultimate form of community participation in the budget, and there's been some great examples of that. Like I said, if you look at New York City, I think they've increased that budget like 2 or 3 times each time, because it has driven effective results. What I like about it also is that when a community decides to do a particular project, and they've gone through that hard work to evaluate it and choose one over multiple other ones, they tend to support and use the stuff that they've decided. And I think that's important. There's nothing worse, frankly, than building a playground or building something that we think the community wanted, and then you find out, well, the community wasn't really exactly what they wanted, and it's not successful, or it's less successful than anticipated. By having the community actually participate in the process, I think you drive more success for that. It's not easy, because you got to carve out budget for that. You got to give them real money to make real decisions on. It's more difficult to do it because it's additional work for staff to do, and that's why our recommendation is to postpone it for 1 year, but we would build that into, if council's amenable to it, we'd build that into the 2022 budget, so that there is a pool of money that we can then run that process with for the community to put into it. So that's participatory budgeting. Specific area charges, it has worked in certain areas. I find it difficult I find sometimes, I hate to say it in a general term, but we have to look at community and county problems as a whole, and sometimes having specific area charges for a specific project becomes difficult, because it may not integrate as well with the whole community plan. So, but it can be used in certain areas, so I think you have to evaluate that depending on how you want to apply, how you want to apply that, and how do you allocate the benefit outside of that specific area, because that becomes an issue. So when, if you put if I use the example of a transit stop in a particular community, and you put a specific area charge around that, but other people can get off and on that transit position, then is there a benefit to someone outside where the stop actually is, and how do you allocate that out? It becomes challenging to apply sometimes. So I hope I answered both of your questions, and I'm not sure if staff had anything else to add to that. I'm seeing no's, so.
Okay, any further questions of staff? Alrighty, we've got a recommendation on page 42. Councilor Rabbits?
To move it, and I just also want to comment that I've had quite a few discussions with former staff, about trying to get the capital done sooner, and October was often mentioned as a target date, and so I'm really pleased to see that we're doing the capital a little bit earlier into the planning cycle, as well as getting the rate supported budget completed this year. That means we're really focused on that operating when January hits. So this is a wonderful timetable from my perspective. I know that other communities, they have different cycles, and they've been passing their budgets maybe even later than ours, but that's comparing apples, I think, to oranges when we compare ourselves to other communities. In our context here, I'm really pleased to see that we're getting our capital done early on in the process, and I've had quite a few individuals mention October as an ideal time to complete that. So with that, I'd move the report, and I really want to thank staff's hard work on getting these numbers before us in a really timely manner.
And Councillor Michelli seconding. Any further discussion on that motion? Printed, starts on page 42. All in favor? That's carried unanimously. And I agree as well with Councillor Rabbits. We were the council that raised taxes and cut services last year, so I think that we owe it to the community to provide a better provide better outreach and better services from start to finish on that process, and try to build up some consistency and yeah, just consistency for the residents. So I too applaud staff, and thank you, Mr. Burgess. Next up, staff report. CS 20-06, financial and operational implications of COVID. Staff to present. Ms.
Thank
Manning.
you. Thank you, Chair. From the start of the emergency, the county has dedicated effort to monitoring and analysis of the financial impacts related to COVID-19. Our finance did a tremendous job with this task. I think most of you know, and I'd like to introduce Megan Souls and Catherine Fanning from the Finance Department, who welcome the opportunity to provide an overview of the report and the analysis completed to date.
Thank you, Shelley. Good afternoon, Mayor Chop and Council. The report you have before you today provides a high-level estimate of the impacts of COVID-19 on Norfolk County operations. This report focuses on the incremental financial impacts of COVID-19 on the levy-supported budget and provides recommended cost-saving measures to offset the financial implications. The report provides analysis on 3 scenarios. If the provincial and federal regulations continue until June 30th, September 30th, and December 31st. Under each of these scenarios, the anticipated year-end position has been forecasted based on year-over-year actuals analysis and consultation with operating departments. On page 47 of your agenda package, you'll see our financial analysis. The estimated financial gap ranges between a deficit of $2.7 million if the declared emergency is lifted by the end of June, to a deficit of $4.2 million if the declared emergency continues to December 31st. It is important to note that these financial implications are in addition to normal budget variances that will occur throughout the year. The financial estimates are fluid and change daily with changes to regulations, processes, the way we are providing services, and your decisions. For example, since printing this report, the marina revenue deficit estimated has changed from the $400,000 presented to approximately $290,000 deficit due to further confirmations from returning and new boaters to the season at the marina. In an effort to close this financial gap and provide a balanced budget at year-end, SLT, in consultation with departments, have worked on multiple strategies to minimize the financial impact on taxpayers. The cost containment efforts outlined in this report amount to almost $1.7 million, which include a number of operational adjustments and capital deferrals. The efforts to contain the cost will continue, and additional strategies are constantly being reviewed. Please recall that all the projections are based on the current situation and what is known at this time. As the pandemic response changes, so will the financial impacts. A report scheduled for presentation to Council in July will combine these COVID-19 financial estimates along with the normal budget variances that are anticipated throughout the year. If you'd like to take a look at the current COVID-19 emergency purchases to date, that has been presented in the information package on page 79. We appreciate your time and now open the floor for any questions.
Thank you. Questions to staff? Councillor Rabbits.
Thank you through you, I'm referencing page 2 of 11 of the report here, and just looking at the statement that a number of closures have taken effect with public facilities and unfortunately have lost or have contributed to lost revenues and also led to a number of county employees being placed on emergency leave. I know that the province of Ontario has put forward a type of leave called IDLE. It's infectious disease emergency leave. It covers a wide variety of different reasons for being off of work due to the COVID-19 outbreak. And this may not be information that can be publicly available due to the fact that we have a lot of bargaining units involved. But, I would be very interested in knowing how many of our staff members are on emergency leave and what type of leave that is. And if that's not something that can be answered in chamber, perhaps it could just be received as a memo. But I'd be interested in knowing how many staff are in a layoff situation collecting employment insurance and how many are actually covered under this IDLE job protective leave.
Through the chair, I'll get staff to dig up the exact number to date because it has changed, but they were placed on declared emergency leave, which is a protected leave. And we worked with the unions very well to use that leave because that allowed us to place individuals on leave without having to go through all the bumping items that you would get in a permanent type of layoff situation. So they all are on declared emergency leave. We made the decision to support our employees during the declared emergency leave by continuing to support their paying for their benefit packages and also contributing our portion of the pension benefits up until the first part of July is how the agreement works at this point in time. So they are on declared emergency leave, which is similar to the leave you had mentioned. And I don't know the exact number, and staff may be able to provide that, or we can certainly provide you the up-to-date number for how many are still on that leave.
And as a follow-up, I got my HR hat on here pretty tight. I want to find out more about how we incentivize our employees to return to work once we start moving towards reopening. I know that as a municipal sector, we don't qualify for the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy, and there's a number of other subsidies that are available to private enterprise. But in the municipal sector, I'm wondering how we can get people back onto payroll, appreciating we're continuing with the benefits, and that's an ethical and a good choice to make. I support that. But, how do we get folks back to work once we have work available for them?
As part of the agreement, once we call them back, they're obligated to come back. If we put them to they were giving some options if we were moving them to a job that wasn't their natural position. But currently we actually have, for example, pool staff cutting grass, or we have people in forestry doing bylaws. So we were trying to, the intent was to keep people employed at highest need items. So our staff has volunteered to do a whole bunch of stuff that's not normally their job. So when we have work for them, I don't see it as an issue for them coming back. And if they turn it down, then it would actually trigger, we would have to trigger some actions then, because then they're doing a work refusal at that point in time.
Any further questions? Does staff, I don't know if you guys have that number dug up quickly or if that'll come later.
We'll send a memo, because there's people who are on declared emergency leave, and then there's a whole raft of people who are temporary employees naturally and don't have hours scheduled. So that number is actually quite large, because they're not deemed to be on declared emergency leave. They're just deemed not to have actually hours provided to them. So we can provide that breakdown for you.
Okay, thank you. We have a recommendation printed. Mover and a seconder for that, Councillor Columbus, Councillor Geisens. That report CS 20-06 COVID-19 financial and operational implications be received as information, and that Council approve staff recommendations to proceed with cost measures as outlined in report CS 20-06, and further that staff be directed to develop further strategies and options to mitigate projected year-end deficits for Council's consideration. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Okay, let's break here. Sure. Sorry, Mr. Burgess, go ahead.
Sorry, I apologize. I appreciate the report being passed. I just want to stress that if we don't hear from the, I think it was Councillor Columbus' question earlier, if we do not hear from the federal or provincial governments prior to August, let's say, this council, I'll have to bring a report back to this council, you know, that I don't want to bring back to figure out how we balance the budget prior to the end of the year. And as this gap grows, trying to pull $5 million out of, or $4 million or $3 million out, pick your number, will frankly be devastating. It would require massive changes in what we do and how we do it. So we are hopeful that there is something coming down. We may also just choose to ask for special permission to run a deficit this year, which would have to be made up next year. So both those items are being discussed at all levels of government, but we have heard nothing at this point in time from the federal or provincial government.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Burgess. If everyone's okay, we'll take a quick break, say 20 minutes or so, 6 o'clock. Sound good? Okay, great.
As the friendly folk of Norfolk, you won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of North. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just a place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger along. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of North, on a strip of sandy soil, lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just a place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Norfolk, On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of North, on a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, Norfolk, strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of North, on a strip of sandy soil, lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home,
Are we ready? It's
you'll
about
see why
11
we love
after.
it here and are proud
We're late.
to call it our own. No.
I believe we're gonna call on, okay. All right, let's keep moving along here. Staff report PD 20-31, establishing a COVID-19 economic recovery task force. Mr. Garwood or Mr. Burgess?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll start, and Mr. Garwood will supplement with additional comments and answer some of the questions. The purpose of this report is to provide, or to have council provide comment on the development of the Economic Recovery Task Force. And there's a paired in-camera report with regards to naming the members on the Economic Recovery Task Force Committee. But I just did want to highlight that this is a multi-layered structure, and we're really just looking at the Norfolk County Economic Recovery Task Force, or NCERT, composition and their roles and responsibility. So we would develop that committee. It would be both staff and stakeholders involved in the committee. Their job would be to engage with other subcommittees and the public, and then to develop or evaluate programs or strategies to recommend to this council for either the 2020 year or the 2021 budget year. And we can go through any questions on the report, but the intent is to have kind of broad county exposure for input. So we outlined the subcommittees that we would have report up to NCERT. So it's the agricultural industry, the tourism hospitality industry, construction and development, manufacturing and processing would be the main subcommittees. And then on top of that, there would be broader public engagement to ensure that all other groups and all other communities are covered into that. So in front of council's decision is to either accept the nature of the structure of the committees and the appointment, and the use of those subcommittees, and accept the nature and scope of the committee's responsibilities.
Sorry, so questions through to you or Mr. Okay. Okay, great, thank you. Staff, sorry, council, any questions to staff at this time? Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Martin. I just wanted to clarify, just going through the makeup of the NCERT, there doesn't seem to be much in terms of the social services in regards to Norfolk County. And just wondering if there's a place for individuals within the community that help provide these services, and their input is to make sure that our most marginalized citizens are included in this COVID recovery program.
Through the chair, I'll take first crack at that, and then certainly my colleague, Mr. Garwood, can provide comment. We were anticipating that during some of the public engagement process that would be up there. Obviously, this is a group that's going to work closely with senior staff, and part of that senior staff on SLT represents not only community and social services, but health and social services. So, we would certainly filter some of any requests or any information through that. But if this council believes that there should be some representation from that front, as far as staff would be, we wanted, we would not object to that if we haven't covered off that segment well enough.
I actually have a question, Mr. Burgess. I think you can probably comment on this. When we look at using some of the recommendations from this task force and implementing them during a budget, what would you say to the community when they would ask, or maybe just state that it's not a quick enough response to help them now? Do you have any comments that you can put forward to explain that?
I'm sure I'll start, and I'll wait for Mr. Garwood. one of the issues when you're looking at a recovery plan is we wanted to make sure that we didn't rush out too quickly on items, that we did do that canvas of of the stakeholder groups, and this wasn't intended, frankly, to be that immediate relief or the immediate hit. This was intended to be that long-term recovery. So the federal government, the provincial government, has flooded a lot of money out there currently to deal with the immediate crisis. Our concern as staff is we're worried that once that credit card comes in the mail to the province and the federal government, that they won't have a lot of money left for these longer term projects. And so what we were looking to do is figure out, once all this immediate emergency money is out the door, what are we doing in 2021 and 2022? That being said, this committee will report back to, we'll be working with staff, and if there is something that pops up in early fall, in the September and October timeframe, we can certainly bring that to council, and if there is something that makes a lot of sense to do earlier, we have the flexibility to do that, and it would be up to council to decide. And I think Mr. Gar would have a few other comments.
Yes, so to the chair, what is happening currently is that the Venture Norfolk and some other organizations are there with funding right now for businesses to access. As at yesterday, Venture Norfolk has disbursed about 60% of the funding that they have received. We are going to be doing a promotions because they have applied for, and it appears that they might get additional funding. We were a bit, we were not too sure if the allotment was going to be sufficient, but with the possibility of additional funding, what we're looking at is promoting it so that small businesses in the community who needs that kind of assistance right now can reach out and get that assistance. This, this task force is more long-term looking and is also looking at what are we going to do to invest in the community and have that investment trigger private investment as well. But currently we are calling our businesses, we are engaging with our businesses, we are trying to find out what the challenges are, and we are helping them as we speak.
Thank you. And I guess the only thing I would probably add to that is that, county and council and staff are implementing things as we get further through in this agenda, where we're dealing with bump out patios and curbside pickup methods. So if there's something that a business owner or a community thinks that's going to work particularly well for them, they don't need to wait for this economic recovery committee to come together to bring those ideas forward. They can certainly come to the county at any point in time. Okay, are there any further questions to staff? Seeing, Councillor Columbus, go ahead.
Just move the recommendation, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Is there a seconder? Councillor Rabbits. That report PD 20-31 establishing a COVID-19 economic recovery task force be received as information, and further that staff be directed to establish the Norfolk County Economic Recovery Task Force. Discussion? And all in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Next up is staff report PD 20-32 COVID-19 bylaw enforcement team staffing. Staff to present. Mr. Milton in committee room A.
Yeah, good evening, everyone, Mayor and Council and Madam Chair. The purpose of this report is just to provide you with a high-level overview of where we are with COVID staffing and redeployments within Bylaw, and to discuss the potential of a low-cost option to increase student participation in Bylaw while returning some of our critically needed deployed staff back to their home position. So the bottom line for the report is we're seeking approval for to increase our complement of 2 approved summer students to 4. Just to give you a bit of an overview, I know you've read the report, but when the EOC was established after the declaration of emergency, they prioritized 2 areas for Bylaw, and that was to support the agricultural seasonal agricultural worker checks through the Haldeman Norfolk Health Unit, and also to provide bylaw patrols to ensure that the regulations made under the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act and Section 22 orders from our Medical Officer of Health were being adhered to. So in terms of how these were made up, just a snapshot of it, we took 10 people from the county who have been redeployed from other divisions and attached them to work out of the Haldeman Norfolk Health Unit. And since then, we've been able to reduce that by 1, so there's currently 9 there. And of course, their primary duties were to do the farm audits to ensure that the seasonal farm workers were, and the farmers themselves were abiding by the regulations, and that everyone was safe, and the isolation periods were going well for them in terms of food and health and housing issues. Since then, we've seen quite a decline in the number of farm inspections to do. The number was over 300 farms, I believe, and a number have been knocked off even this week. So there's very little to do compared to when they first started. And that team of 9, we've already transitioned 4 of them to the hotline role and taken the people that were working there and put them back into their county positions. Or at least that's the goal this week, where I was chatting with them today, and we're looking at potential of having even 2 of those reduced because of the low volume of calls coming in. We also had 3 building inspectors there. As I mentioned, we sent 1 back and 2 remain. With the opening of construction a few weeks ago, this has created a critical need to have our people back in position to support their traditional roles and that division. We also have 2 members of the county clerk's office, and their goals, their usual role rather is business licensing and council and legislative demands. Since they've been deployed, we're starting to see some significant delays in service deliveries and license renewals and in committee liaison coordination and customer service issues. So we also have 1 municipal law enforcement officer who has been attached to the unit. He's our cannabis specialist, normally one of the 5 law enforcement officers that we have. So it's important that we look at reassigning him back to the field as soon as we can. He currently has 50 active cannabis investigations and 12 before the courts, and he's a very busy person, and it is the time of year when the Part 2 growing season starts. So that's the farm inspection team. In terms of the patrol, or the bylaw patrol team, we also bolstered the roles there, or the numbers there, by providing 6 redeployed people from their home positions in the county. We had them from a number of various entities within public works and community services, from drainage to forestry. And again, with them being deployed for the better part of 2.5 months now, there's a significant backlog of work for them after being out of position. The work that they're doing is, and I have them split up into 2 halves of the county and mixed up with our regular bylaw enforcement officers. Their role, of course, is to check for compliance in the community for regulations under the Emergency Management and Protection Act, so Civil Protection Act. So I can tell you, I've been out several times on weekends, as late as last Saturday, and there's high compliance with the regulations and the Section 22 orders. Middle of the day in Turkey Point, there was virtually no one on Turkey Point Beach for 2 kilometers. So I think people are doing their best. There are exceptions, of course, and we're dealing with those as they come up. But I will tell you the calls that are being generated to the hotline are declining every day. So in terms of how we're using our people, that's probably the highest concern for me, is that we have some very talented people from the county doing bylaw patrol work, which candidly just most people could do. It certainly doesn't require a high level of training and no bylaw experience or law enforcement experience. So the ask here, as I mentioned at the outset, is to increase our approved budget numbers of bylaw students. We had 2 approved for 4 months this summer. We've now gone through 2 months of that time, and the initial 2 were delayed because of COVID concerns. I can tell you that they are reporting tomorrow to RAB for their initial training, and that I have them scheduled to start in very shortly after that to a regular schedule. One is a returning bylaw enforcement officer, so a student. So what I would like to propose is that we look at adding 2 more bylaw positions to that complement of 2 that we have already budgeted for. Given the amount of money that was set aside is $18,000 for the 2 positions for the summer, because we're going to use half of that. Half of that remains to hire 2 more if we would like to add, to make it 4 for the summer, for the balance of the summer. And I think that's, I would encourage the council to consider that, simply because we have vacations to consider that people still need to take. We have a higher increase in bylaw enforcement calls for service. I can tell you that that's happening every day. It's probably doubled since I've been there. We have parking issues all summer long that need to be dealt with as well. And that's where our students come in very handy. They each generate about $5,000 in income. So there is some offset there to the cost of hiring them. And finally, just anecdotally, I'll tell you, because at the last council meeting, there was certainly fiscal restraint was addressed, and as it always is and should be. The vehicles that we're using for our bylaw enforcement and our farm team enforcement, we had rented 21 of them, and a cost of approximately $700 a month for each of them. It's almost exactly that. So I've already been able to send 5 of them back by redeploying staff. My understanding from discussions today with the health unit is that we'll be able to redeploy another 4 in the coming few weeks and return those folks to their position by the 27th of June. So there is some cost saving to be had in that area as well. You've had a chance to read the report. Subject to any questions, I'll leave it at that. I can also advise that CAO Burgess and Bill Cridland and Jason Godby may be able to help you if there's questions about returning staff to position.
That's great. Thank you very much. Councillor Columbus has a question for you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I got 3 questions, actually. Mr. Milson, I noticed that there's a great many hoop houses going up in my particular ward. They're fairly large in size. Is there, you mentioned cannabis and the fact that you've got a person coming back to that position to oversee that. Do they need permits for these hoop houses?
They don't need a building permit because there's no foundation for it. And under the current bylaw that we have, the current facilities we have to investigate, it's difficult to confirm exactly what's there. I've had some discussions with our bylaw and enforcement officer who specializes in cannabis, and we're working on a proposal for a bylaw that would help address that issue and some of these concerns locally. But right now, no, there's no permit required for that.
I pretty well gathered that they are Part 2, and I don't even know if they have the proper separation distance or not. That could be another issue. My other question is, I was in Port Dover again the other day and with my grandson, and we noticed a lot of people gathering close to the pier. And I mentioned this at the Police Service Board meeting about utilizing bullhorns to break up crowds. And I know they do this in the city, They even have them mounted right on the vehicle permanently sometime. And they make an announcement for the crowd to scatter, or they will be fined appropriately within the bylaw. Any thought about using bullhorns?
No, really hasn't been, because we've had people on site there most of the time, and especially at the outset, we had them actually right in position where the barricades were. So there was always a few people who would try to wander onto a beach, typically people not from Norfolk, we're finding, and a few that were trying to get onto the pier. But it's been very, very low numbers. I have not seen crowds. I've been out myself on most weekends, and there certainly isn't crowds on the pier. I think there's been a lot of respect for the fact we have barricades there, and there was a lot of support from the community when the barricades were taken down in some of the areas that allowed access, let's say, to the waterfront to fish and things like that along where the boats tie up there. So no, I haven't seen a problem, and I haven't seen a problem that would necessitate using a bullhorn.
Just thought, instead of having two people in the vehicle or doing that monitoring, that one bullhorn with one person might make them scatter quicker. That was my thought. My other question is with respect to the migrant farm worker program. I've been asked several times why these workers are not tested as soon as they get to the airport and before they move on to a bus. Any thought about that? Why they're not tested right at the airport?
Through you, Madam Chair, no, I have no knowledge of that or why that would be. Certainly someone from the health unit can provide that information. If you'd like it, I can arrange that.
Yeah, it's probably a good question for health unit staff or Mr. Barrett.
Well,
Mr. Burgess?
the board chair could take first crack at it.
Well, at the beginning, Councillor Columbus, we were very, very limited, as you will recall, in who we could and who we could not test. And all of those guidelines were set out by the province. And so as they acquired more supplies, they expanded those guidelines to the point now where anybody can go and get a test. But that was a very different reality even 6 weeks ago, right? And so was that something that we would have liked to have seen happen? Again, that was part of, why Dr. Nasathari advocated. He wanted the federal government to run the program and to, to do a Trenton-type situation when they repatriated the Canadians off the cruise ships, so that it would be controlled by them. But would that have been the smart and logical thing to do? Absolutely. Would we have liked to do that? Absolutely. But were we provided those supplies and that guidance from the province? No, we were not. That said, Dr. Nasathari was contacted, I believe it was the chief coroner who's been brought in Ontario West to discuss, strategies going forward, and whether that's, universal testing, like with the long-term care facilities where they will go in and test everybody, or whether it would be random, sort of spot testing of a subset of the population. I believe Shanker advocates strongly for the second option, to go in and test everybody one time. Doesn't really, solve that problem. You want to be able to continuously do random testing to be able to catch something before it breaks out. But certainly this was something that, he warned could happen, and now we've seen it. I would express disappointment, however, right now. I mean, not trying to beat a dead horse here, but our MPP is the parliamentary assistant to the Minister of Agriculture, and we have not been consulted, given that we have the largest number of workers per capita in the province here, and we've not been consulted to give our opinion on how this should look moving forward, especially when we were actually the most restrictive in the province.
Well, Madam Chair, there are more workers coming for the harvest season, so perhaps something can be implemented to test those workers.
Well, I think it has the attention of the provincial government now and the federal government. It certainly grabbed the attention after an outbreak, as in BC. It grabbed the attention of the provincial government, and we saw them take over the program entirely. So again, are they looking at it currently? They are. My hope would be that the province and the federal government reach out to Norfolk County and speak with, Shanker and at least get his input, as opposed to making the decisions up in Ottawa.
Any further questions to staff with regards to the bylaw enforcement team staffing report? Mr. Burgess?
Yeah, sorry, I was just going to add to Councillor Columbus. I have been in discussions with the chair and the co-chair of the Agricultural Committee. We've exchanged some emails. We think it's important. It is a federally run program, the migrant worker program. In the province, and in other provinces, the provinces have taken major steps to manage the program. So we're going to work together on some joint recommendations to go forward. And I know yourself and Councillor Van Passen have been involved in that. But they they did agree that it'd be best if we could work together on a few items to make some recommendations before recommendations get dictated to them by the feds or the province. So.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thanks, Madam Chair. First, I'd like to thank all the staff that were willing to give up the job they were comfortable with to help out and enforce the bylaw or help with the bylaw things. And you know, we found out how desperately we need them and we want them back. So if we can hire some summer students to do the more menial parts and put our well-trained and hard-working staff back to their regular jobs, I would move the motion and just get that done.
Perfect. Anyone willing to second Councillor Taylor? Any further discussion? And all in favor? And that is carried. I too would like to echo the same thing. I think thanks to the staff for being so flexible and rolling with the punches. And I know it's not your first official week back or week here, but it's your first report. So thanks, Mr. Milson, for your help with that. Okay. Staff report PW 20-35. Staff to present. Mr. Godby? Ready when you are.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to council, before you is report number PW 2035, Septage disposal approval for D&C pumping services. Just as a quick housekeeping note, at the top of that, you'll see it says the purpose of this is for information. However, that was an oversight on our part. It is actually a report for decision. Essentially, what we're looking for is approval to allow D&C pumping services based out of Nanticoke, approval for them to have access to become a customer who disposes of septage and other hauled wastes at our existing wastewater treatment facilities. The reason that this is before you is it's been a historic practice that whenever a new company of this nature wants to come and have access to our sites, that we seek council approval for it. I will just note that operations staff have reviewed the numbers and the projected volumes that we're expecting to receive at these facilities. There are no concerns with any of that, and they do not believe that there will be any impact, negative or otherwise not favorable towards the county. So with that, we're seeking council approval to allow D&C pumping services to dispose of wastes at our treatment facilities. If there are any questions, I will gladly entertain them.
Thanks, Mr. Godby. Any questions of staff, or is anyone interested in moving the recommendation on page 74 of the agenda? Councillor Taylor and Councillor Huffman. Further discussion? Seeing none. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Report PW 20-38, Port Dover Water Treatment Plant Clarifier Replacement, Preferred Technology.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This report, it's a few pages long. I'll give you the quick Coles Notes version of it. As you're all well aware, we'd been granted approval to proceed with the replacement of the clarifier in Port Dover. The engineering work for that is currently underway. Out of that engineering work, there's been a recommended technology to be implemented, being a DAF unit, or a dissolved air flotation. The single upflow clarifier that we had, or that we have currently in place, will be replaced by 2 of these DAF units. The purpose of this report specifically is to grant staff the ability to pre-purchase these units. It will take approximately 24 weeks delivery time in order to secure these units. Therefore, if we can pre-purchase these DAF units now, while the remaining engineering work and the pipe work configurations and all the other approvals are being put into place, staff are estimating that we can accelerate the completion of this project by approximately 17 weeks. So there's a memo attached to this which kind of highlights, it's an executive summary about with some of the details relating to the clarifier replacement. It is staff's opinion that this would be in the best interests of of getting this project completed as quickly as possible, and getting that concern about the potential failure of this clarifier addressed rapidly. So if there are any questions about that, I will gladly answer them.
I have a question for you, not directly related to this particular report, but related to the clarifier. Are you able to then comment on, because we haven't had a discussion on it, an email I sent you earlier this week with reports about the status of the water treatment plant with regards to water haulers and bulk haulers?
Through the chair to the chair and to all of council, yes, it's there's been a number of questions that have come up about allowing access to the bulk haulers back into the Port Dover bulk depot, like requests to have that site reopened. Essentially, staff remain of the opinion that the current treatment capacities of the facility and the current demands on that Port Dover system, coupled with the increasing temperatures and the hot, dry weather coming, it is still remains staff's position that that bulk depot will need to remain closed until such a time that we have actually solved more of the capacity issue at the Port Dover treatment facility. Right now, things are proceeding along nicely. However, what we don't want to do is allow bulk water haulers who are taking water out of the Port Dover drinking water system to deliver to other sites, which then makes that volume of water unavailable to the connected residents of Port Dover. So the idea is that all of these haulers do have access to all of the other bulk water sites within Norfolk County. We have one in Waterford, we have one in Simcoe, one in Delhi, and one in Port Rowan, where they can buy water in bulk and still distribute that to their customers as needed. However, keeping them out of Port Dover makes sure that that supply that we do have available in Dover remains there for the use of the customers who are connected physically to that system.
So just because the water treatment plant at a particular time can present as full, and use that term loosely, doesn't mean it's appropriate for bulk haulers to start to fill up in that particular location, because we still have a capacity issue that needs to be addressed on top of the clarifier issue. Correct?
To you, Madam Chair, that is correct.
Thank you. Any questions from council to staff? Mayor Chop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Mr. Godby, in terms of the maintenance on the filters over the last, I don't know, even year or 2 years, do you have an estimate on what we've spent on that? I'm just curious. I mean, I know we're having challenges with the filtration system, but we're looking at what, then an extra 500,000 for the DAF-F conversion when we're strongly looking at bringing in water from Nanacoke?
Through the chair to the mayor, over the past year, it would be a rough ballpark estimate. I would say that we probably spent approximately $150,000 to $200,000 doing the emergency repairs that were required to that filtration system within this facility. Part of staff's plan moving forward is that we are going to systematically take down. There are 3 filters. One of them has been recently repaired and up in operation. We are going to take down the other 2 on a planned schedule in order to do a more thorough assessment of risk as to whether or not we do have concerns of pending failure of those. One of the provisions of these DAF units, which you alluded to, is that they can be converted into a filtration system as well. Should there be a significant issue with those filters in the facility, but right now the intention is just kind of keep that in the back pocket as another level of contingency, another level of protection for the water supply imported over.
And not seeing any further questions to staff, there is a recommendation on page 78 in the agenda. Does anyone wish to move that? Councillor Columbus, seconded by Councillor Rabbits. No further discussion on that. All in favor? And that is carried. I'm not sure about, Councillor Huffman, you're back. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, Councillor Van Passen.
There was a little handout left on our desk.
Yes, there was. Thank you
Is
for the
that,
reminder.
something that we should deal with as well, or is that just for information?
If I'm being honest, I wonder if maybe did this go through Mr. Godby or through clerks? Because I haven't had a chance.
Or is it something that we receive as information and have staff bring back a report? Is that...
Through the chair to committee, this was something that was submitted as sort of in conjunction or in response to the staff report that was coming, so as supplemental information. So it's really nothing that you have to do a formal motion. It's just for your information, essentially.
Mayor Chop, did you have something you wanted to add, or do you want me to go to Mr. Godby? Mr. Godby, okay. Mr. Godby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I did receive a copy of that correspondence this morning as well. Essentially, there's a few good questions in there, and my takeaway would be that I can bring back more information on that next week to council. Essentially, there's some things I need to run by the engineering and operations teams before I can accurately give a confident answer to those.
Mayor Chop, did you want to add something? Councillor Taylor, I can't see you anymore, but you did have your hand up there for a moment if you'd like to.
I just assumed Mr. Godby there was too small on your screen to see, so I was going to let you know.
Very kind. Very kind, Councillor Taylor. Mayor Chop.
There's a couple things, inconsistencies in the letter. I've tried to explain to Mr. Lennox on several occasions. I'm not sure where this keeps coming from, but just so for clarity, the interim control bylaw, it says, adopted in September 2019, was intended to freeze development within the serviced area of Port Dover as a direct result of the capacity limitations of the Port Dover water treatment plant. The interim control bylaw was not as a direct result of the water capacity issues. They were two separate issues. First, there was a development moratorium because there was no water in Port Dover to fulfill that demand. But then the later move that council made was the interim control bylaw was put into place because we recognized that no development could take place until such time as we realized, as we were able to increase our water supply in Port Dover. And that course of action is yet to be determined. But to use that time wisely while we couldn't develop there as a result of the water to look at our secondary plan or our waterfront plan in Port Dover. But it keeps coming up in every letter that we receive from that group. And for the public that may read the letter, just to be clear, the interim control bylaw was distinct and separate from the water moratorium that council placed.
Okay, thank you. We are now ready to move on to item J, memo and staff report CAO 20-06, patio report, and staff to present. Oh, Andy is here.
Thank you, Chair Martin.
Hi, Andy.
Hi. So back in February, a new patio policy was brought forward respecting patio encroachments for businesses. At the time, staff were sent a way to include an appeal process to the policy. That report is attached to the staff memo that you've got there and was prepared to come forward in March. However, that meeting was canceled and the item was deemed non-urgent. The report is now one that we do need approval upon, as we're getting ready for the province to announce at some point our stage 2 reopening. The one amendment we're recommending is that the public notice requirements be waived for 2020. This is just to expedite the process, so to ensure that there isn't a month delay. We have a number of requests already that we've sent on to staff for kind of a pre-review. So upon approval of the policy, we'll send interested businesses the official application. To briefly highlight the differences in this policy as opposed to the existing seasonal patio policy, this policy considerably expedites the review process and removes unnecessary red tape, such as registration on title. This policy introduces a new appeal mechanism and public notice requirements, or BIA letter of support, although we're requesting the notice requirements be waived for 2020 and 2021. And this policy delegates authority to the General Manager of Planning and Development so that reports to Council are not required, so issuance can occur quicker, essentially. There are some challenges staff are currently working through. Patio encroachments in Norfolk County in the past have been rare. So some other jurisdictions are already announcing that they're going to allow expansion of existing patios. We don't have a lot of existing patios to expand upon, so there's more unknowns in our case. It's also important to note that about 50% of the inquiries that we're getting are around patios that don't relate to encroachments. So those aren't covered underneath this application process. Oftentimes there'll be something where a business owner has a parking lot and they want to put a patio in the parking lot. So part of the challenge has been that we need to do a review of the current site plan requirements, planning staff does on each property. And until recently, we haven't known what the province's rates of capacity would be. We just heard that stage 2 will be 30%. We don't know what stage 3 or stage 4 will be. So it's hard to predict what the future capacity and customer base of any restaurant or business will be right now, and how big of a patio the municipality can actually allow in some of these parking lots. So those are things that we're currently kind of working through on a day-to-day basis. That being said, there's a need to assist businesses within the county, and the overall policy represents a substantial improvement from the policy that's existed in the county from 2008 on. I should mention that we were in discussion with 201 Main Street in the past week, and they want to enter into a new and a different encroachment agreement. And so we have no issue with that, and we'll be coordinating with them to ensure that they do have something in place prior to reopening. And with that, I'll try to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Questions to staff? I have a bunch. Andy, are you able to comment on the fee? Is it cost recovery based? What are you proposing, or how did you come up with what's in the report?
Sure. So we did the standard schedule review that's done by finance. So we analyze the amount of staff time that we'll think it will require on an average application, and we input them each for each staff position. There's a number of reviews between bylaw, public works, and planning staff in our office, and a number of processing. So that's where we got the general application fee of $214. And then the land rental fee that we are proposing is really based upon a very modest increase on what we've had from 2008, essentially. So it's not a large increase; it's a very small one.
And then the appeal process, or sorry, the approval would be sent directly to the applicant. Is that correct? As an expedited measure?
Those are some minor things we need to work out to make sure that we get the approval of the GM of Planning and Development. But essentially, yes, we issue a letter of approval or a permit in this case from the general manager. So those are things that we're going to work out kind of as soon as we get the approval for the application process.
Okay, and then the appeal process through the bylaw appeal committee, roughly what's the turnaround on the time of that? Should an application be denied and the individual chooses to go to bylaw appeals, how long roughly would that take them?
Sure. Anytime that we're impacting a business's potential livelihood, what we always try to do is make sure that the Apologies there, I got knocked off somehow. Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yep, we can. I think we're just, oh no, Kim's there. Okay, yep, we can. Thank you. So business livelihood appeal process.
Yeah, so we try to make sure that we get it out there within 2 weeks. So we want to bring in the bylaw appeals within 2 weeks so that the businesses don't suffer. So part of the reason is we want to make sure that these applications are all reviewed and considered quickly so we can make sure that everybody has their patio in place and can reopen for when we hit stage 2.
And the applications won't go out to an applicant even if they've already pre-submitted something with you until this is ratified next week at council. Is that correct?
I think just given the timeframes, what we'd like to do is send the applications out and start taking the application fee right now. And then if something changes next week, we'll refund.
Okay, those are all of my questions. Thank you. Any further questions to staff? Mayor Chop.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Andy, just a question. So, in light of the provincial announcements for, and the AGCO for expanding the patios, given that their space is going to be, their capacity severely reduced this year, is the thought then that if they, I don't know, if they, doubled the patio size, but the other 50% was in a park or on the street or the sidewalk, that would be at the same rate? Or what are we looking at in term for this season?
So for the season, we're looking at 2 separate rates. One is the application fee, which is the $214, and then the other would be the kind of per day, per square meter rental fee, so that we would charge both costs up front for them.
I guess my concern is, but we came up with that per square meter rate when we assume that patios, that they have to have a particular number of washrooms to accommodate a particular capacity on their patios, and now we're saying for a year, maybe 2 years, maybe, we don't know, that, capacities are gonna be severely reduced. I guess that's my concern with it. I'm just wondering if we're potentially demotivating particular, restaurant owners from having a patio if they can only spend that same amount of money and have a couple spaces, when we really should be trying to encourage them to go outside right now, because I think that we all would agree that, more space outside would be better than trying to cram a couple people inside.
Yeah, I would say those are valid considerations for committee. I mean, certainly if committee wants to adjust the rate, they may do so.
I guess to you, Mr. Burgess, did we have a certain amount that was factored in our budget?
Through the chair, we set the fees based upon the cost recovery estimate. So that's how these fees, they can't exceed cost by rule. So we set it to try to maximize the cost recovery. From a staff point of view, we try to recover the budget, so that's how we set it. But if council believes this is something that they want to provide an incentive for, then council has the right to set the fee at below our cost recovery.
I would think that the application fee was at cost recovery, but how does the square meter affect staff time?
Sorry. So, okay, yeah, the square meter was just based upon what was in the 2008 policy with a percentile increase. Within the 2008 policy, it said that there would be a COLA increase every year, essentially, so about 2% every year. So we factored that in over the time frame, and we came to that general increase. So it was just a standard increase over time. The cost for space rental is very low for patios, though.
I'll see if my colleagues have anything else to say.
Nobody. I kind of agree with you there, Mayor Chop. This is extenuating circumstances, and a lot of these businesses, they're not even open in the first place if it's not worthwhile for them to just implement takeout only. Or we're going to get to another report here shortly, and we're going to ask them for, to buy into a system for curbside pickup. And so there's a lot of expenses that are coming. I do support cost recovery in general, but I wonder if the cost of the size of the patio is flexible amongst council, and I also wonder if there's some type of flexible payment schedule, or if this can be added to property taxes. These business owners don't have any income coming in right now, and they're trying to get prepared and place orders for foods and materials and staff and so on. So, Councillor Van Passen.
Goes back to just about everything we do. Where do you balance the benefit to the community with the cost to the individual? And is it in the best interest of the community to try to make this a very simple process very quickly? If the province lets us open up, that we can have people going to the restaurants, because I think I've heard this from a few restaurant owners, that running a restaurant at 30% capacity, you might as well be closed, because you're going to lose more money trying to make a living at the 30% than either you need the 100% or nothing. And I'm not one to judge whether that's right or wrong, but if we can find a way, I hear in places like Toronto, Hamilton, they're looking for a driveway, a parking lot. Tim Hortons is getting approval to convert their parking lots so that people can enjoy their coffee in the parking lot. And they're going to lose the parking spaces, they're going to lose all that, but at least it allows that store to be open. And is there a way to, I think this policy, they would expect payment up front. could we just take the application fee and deal with the 18 cents per cubic meter or square meter per day later? Let the business owners have a little chance to see whether it's profitable or not, but whether we waive the fee later or collect it later after they've made the money instead of having to borrow the money to pay it up front. Is that a potential sort of one-time amendment to the policy just for this year? I think the mayor's got it right. The better we can, or the quicker we can open these businesses and get them outside in the beautiful weather, I think the safer and the better it is for everybody, because we've been fighting COVID for a few months now, but we're starting to fight cabin fever at the same time, and I don't think we can handle both.
Mayor Chop.
Well, that's just it. And I think that, again, the more spread out they are, I think that, we've talked to, certainly I know you were there, Councillor Martin, a few business owners, they've got some ideas and looking at spreading right out. So the square meter calculation this year just doesn't really seem to make sense to me. And the other option is just to put the application fee up slightly for the year as a flat fee and move on from there. Or I like your thought, too, of deferring it. I wonder if Mr. Burgess has any ideas.
Through the chair, I think one option council can consider, I think whenever you're looking at the encroachment of municipal land, there's a value to that that's owed by all the taxpayers and not by a single business user. And that's why the concept of having fair value for that is entrenched into a land use fee. I think realistically, though, because of government regulations, the fair market value for that land is actually reduced for patio use because the number of people you could actually use in a square meter now has been either reduced by 50% or 70%. So if council wanted for a temporary measure to reflect the economic reality of how much you can actually generate in revenue from the square footage being provided to the business owner, is to pick a percentage that seems to be consistent with what the province is doing and reduce your land use charge for that. So you would say if normally a fair market value is 18 cents per square meter per day, you would say I'm only going to charge 50% because they're only allowed to have 50% capacity for that. And I think that would be, then when council needs to change that, when the rules change, they have a very logical reason for why the reduction was put there in the first place, and it's easy to move to a normalized rate afterwards. So, but you can pick that percentage based upon the usability of the property for the business owner. Does that make sense to council? Maybe, maybe not. You put me on the spot is all I can say.
No, that was, well, I was thinking that actually to begin with. But then I was thinking more, what about if you had larger areas as an example in a park or something? At what point do you the more you can spread out the tables, the better. So you're not going to try to say, okay, well, this is my space that I would, for a restaurant, I would require X amount of space for 100% capacity. Now I require that same X for 50%. But if you go into a park, the more you can spread out, the better, right?
Yeah, through the chair, I think a park would not be under this bylaw. We would consider, I know some municipalities are looking at opening up parks for extended patio use. We would look at that not under this bylaw. We would look at that as a rental, and we would come up with a different application for that. This is intended to be for the traditional patio usage and providing businesses where they can maybe expand into other areas that are attached to the building specifically. But if it's a larger park rental, that's something we would take a look at to a permit fee for the park usage.
So sorry.
Councillor Van Passen.
Okay, all of that being said, I'm sure the government has some regulations on how much space one human being needs now, sitting at a table drinking his coffee. Can we charge only for the area required per person rather than the actual area they are using?
I believe it's 1.1 meter per person by the AGCO. However, the province is then saying take that size that you've determined through your liquor license, and now you're at 30% of that.
30% of that, right? So the example or the one
and we're charging
201
18.
Main was 70 square meters that they could put how many people in at that rate? 50-something at 1.1 square meter. Now they're going to be a third of that. So instead of charging them for the 70, you only charge them for 22 of the square meters, because that's all they'd be allowed to use. And that would be 1/3 of the rate, but it's based on something logical, right? So,
Gonna wrap that into a motion somehow, or are we just chatting with Burgess?
I don't know if that needs a motion or just direction to, well, I guess we would need a motion that we temporarily amend it that way. So.
The recommendation starts on page 88. What do you think? Would you like? Oh, Mayor Chop.
So why can't we use this rate at the, whatever, at 50%, I think that was Mr. Burgess's, or if the province was 60%, whatever that percentage is, that the patio has been reduced by for the patios that we would traditionally see. So those that might have a patio along the sidewalk, those that might have a patio, just the regular patio that's encroaching on county property. And then for somebody that's doing an additional patio, further to that regular patio in their own business, whether that's out on their lawn or out on the beach or whatever, then we come up with something separate even for those cases. Is that possible? Or no?
I think that this was the all-encompassing, because Andy has already started some pre-approvals on someone who might be interested in bumping out on their front lawn or their beach. So I think this is the all-encompassing policy. Councillor Van Passen?
Well, I think this policy is for encroachment on county-owned property, right? If you want to put a patio on your own property that happens to be your front lawn or your driveway, I think that would be an appeal sort of under the zoning bylaw
Right,
to allow for that. So
that's a good question. So, Andy, if you have received a pre-approval for a patio request, or for an individual who already owns the land, it's privately owned, whether it be a parking lot or front lawn, are they subject to the same application fee?
There's no application fee for those ones. So if you own the parking lot beside you, there's no application fee or application process. It's just we're required to do specifically the planning review to make sure that it's not in violation of any site plan requirements around parking. And we're also required to do a bylaw check to make sure that the structure that you're building in fencing the patio with is compliant with our standards in the county. So those are the main two ones. I guess you could also say that we might ask Public Works to make sure that there's no utility easements or something underneath that to avoid trouble in the future. But that process, if you own the land, is a bit easier than if you're actually looking to occupy municipal land.
Councillor Van Passen.
just to move with this, I think that we should move the recommendation with a special consideration that since the province is regulating it at 30%, that the rental rate be 30% of the, for 2000, and rental rate for 2020 be 30% of the 18 cents per meter per day.
Be subject to review as provincial
Yeah, like
laws.
as the provincial regulations change, they would change with it.
Mr. Burgess?
I would suggest just to say it's 6 cents per square meter, and that rate stays in effect for the 2020 season, and then we can bring another one for the 2021 season. I think that makes it a little cleaner. I'm seeing Mr. Gazelle nod. Is that? Yep. I just didn't want to get in trouble with my clerk. I get in trouble with enough people, so I just want to make sure he's on side.
But I wanted to make sure we quote the line that due to provincial regulation at 30%, they're just costing us more money again of what we could have had, so throw a little blame there.
Okay, so we will, you're moving the recommendation as printed with an addition that the 6 cents per square meter would be the rental rate and that we will review in 2021. And is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Ravitz. Any further discussion? Mr. Burgess.
Sure. We would also like council to also confirm the recommended additions that are highlighted in there. And this is done for ease of the, and for speed, that the two recommended additions that Andy put into it is that public notice is waived, and that for a 2-year duration, and then the requirements of policy respecting public notices be suspended for 2020. So that will just help with, once we're allowed to open up things, we can go lightning quick and they're not bogged down into it. So we just want to make sure council approves those two also.
Yep, mover and seconder okay with that? Councillor Van Passen, yep.
I'd like to ask the deputy clerk, would the wording be better to say that we approve it, but that the rate for 2020 be reduced to 6 cents so that it automatically will go back to 18 next year rather than us having to review it?
Through the chair to Councillor Van Passen, I think that already within that motion is that staff will be directed, they're providing an update already in 2021, so I think it is fine already as what the wording is. And my apologies, sorry, to the chair is that in your speaking notes, I didn't put that additional recommendation in, but I'm glad that Jason Burgess brought it up. So like you had asked, if the mover and seconder is okay with that, we could add that in.
Okay, and they're both okay with that. So not seeing any further discussion on it, go to a vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. And I think Andy's gone already, but also thank you to Andy because he's been working on pre-approvals countywide. Is he gone? Oh, he's in the corner. You're tiny. Thank you, Andy, for all of your help working with business owners, doing pre-approvals during COVID so that they've got a little bit of peace of mind. It's appreciated.
Through the chair, I just want to make note that I believe we're debating patios with 2 members on screen that appear to be on patios, and I was a little jealous of that fact. I'm just saying, I think there might be something offside there with that whole thing, that we're stuck here and 2 members are on outside enjoying the summer.
All right, item K, memo and staff report, CAO 20-12 Advisory Committee, Recreation Facility Advisory Board. Staff to present. Oh, Andy.
So, thanks, Chair Martin. So the next report is in response to a request from the Recreation Facilities Advisory Board for an expanded terms of reference. To start with, it's important to note that this term of council has provided the county with their best opportunity to achieve grant funding for the All Norfolk Hub. This council has not, however, bound the municipality to pursue such an option, even if funding is achieved. So that's kind of our status right now. Staff are of the opinion that it's important for there to be an outcome on the funding prior to determining what the advisory committee support may be best for council. To proceed otherwise would see the county allocate considerable staff resources and time, perhaps in areas where council themselves wouldn't direct it. Staff greatly appreciate the contributions of RFAB to date. The motion, however, could be read to create almost a standing committee on recreation with a purview over all aspects except budgetary reductions. This is an approach staff would recommend, and we would suggest that it would make sense for council to directly consider recreation services within the broader context of the current emergency and financial constraints. The impact of COVID-19 and the financial constraints on recreation services will be a predominant theme throughout the next year. So although RFAB's motion of this past March doesn't fit with, RFAB's motion of this past March doesn't really fit with the current situation facing the county. When looking to develop terms of reference, staff look for clear mandates and a lack of ambiguity. So there might be a desire to refer this motion on whole back to RFAB with a request that they provide a more detailed proposal for council to consider. It's important to note that the value of an advisory committee is within the degree that council finds them to be of utility to council. So everyone here, be it staff or the advisory committees, are here really to serve the needs determined by council. And with that, I'll try to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Questions to staff? Councillor Rabbits.
Thank you, and through you, I have a few comments first, just maybe to pump Andy up a little bit here, because I think he's done a remarkable job, and his team has done a remarkable job with linking this report to the strategic plan. And, there's 3 bullet points here on page 4 of 5 that really remind me, what we're trying to accomplish here and what the goals of council are. The first bullet point is we will lay a strong foundation for those who come after us by undertaking the hard work involved in building a strong financial future and narrowing our infrastructure deficit. Second bullet point there, we will cultivate innovation that is truly made in Norfolk. We will build on our county's innovations in agriculture, tourism, manufacturing, and become a place where people can test their ideas and build exciting new enterprises. The last bullet point, we will create an environment of opportunity in Norfolk, becoming a magnet for young people and facilitating places for them to collaborate, have fun, raise a family, and build a future. And, linking those strategic initiatives to this advisory committee made up of community members stretching back to 2017. And, groundwork was laid for this Recreation Facilities Advisory Board and the hub concept long before that. But I think it's really important just for me to articulate what's contained in this report, appreciating we've just lost our video for our colleagues. But, it's important for the public to know that this has been a long road to get to this point. And your council has afforded the best opportunity we're going to have to receive funding for this endeavor. And, I just really want to thank Andrew Grizzell and Norfolk County staff for getting us here to this point to review the terms of reference, because this advisory committee has provided a lot of insight, and we have a lot of individuals there that have some subject matter expertise that we really benefit from as a community. So I see a lot of worth in continuing this advisory board, perhaps in another capacity, and possibly even reposting for it should we alter the terms of reference or expand the mandate. And staff in this report have recommended option A, that we wait for a funding announcement for the hub. We be respectful of that advisory board and thank them for the work that they have done to this date. And having said that, and sorry Andy, you got cut off while I was singing your praise here, but I just want to know, why are you recommending that we select option A and we wait for that funding announcement? And, why is that staff's recommendation of the different options that we have before us?
Sure. Thank you, Councilor Rabbit. So part of the reason why we're recommending that we wait for the funding announcement is to just really narrow the focus of the advisory committee to things that are achievable within the resources and staff time that we have. So to not do that right now and to have everything up for discussion will take a lot more staff time and a lot more resources to support, and it would be a considerably less focused. So examining 20 options rather than looking at 2 options or 3 options that council might further define as their priorities is not necessarily going to be good for staff, because it's going to pull them away from a lot of the other current work that they need to do in terms of management of recreation services, especially during the emergency right now.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm thinking that maybe we should just take the staff recommendation. When I read the terms of reference for RFAB, it is specific to the hub development in Simcoe. If the funding comes through, they have duties outlined in fundraising and help with design, all those kind of things. If the funding's not coming through, then the RFAD as it is designed today will cease to exist. But the thought of having the permanent sort of regular standing committee of council
to deal with the recreation facilities, I think that's a good idea and we should follow through, but I can see no problem, like we should be getting word one way or the other on Hub within the next month or two, and at that point, you know, we will change the terms of reference and the duties and at that point, so it's probably a good recommendation just to put it on hold, not do anything with it until we find out one way or the other, so.
Are you moving that?
I would move the staff recommendation that we just sort of put them on hold until we find out whether they've still got the same job. And after we
Option-
find out that, we'll find out whether we want to give them a different job.
Option A?
Yeah.
Okay, seconder? Mayor Chop, further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, option A? That's carried unanimously. Thanks, Andy. Okay. CAO 20-13 and PW 20-37, which is the options to amend on-street parking for curbside pickups. Andy.
Thank you, Chair Martin. So this is my last one. This is a joint report with Public Works. So I'll try my best to answer all the questions. There might be a few that I might have to refer back to them, but what we're trying to do, Councillor Martin reached out to the business communities and found ways for the county to try to assist them during the emergency, and this was one of them, as well as the patio approach. Pickup spots were identified as a particular need, specifically in the Port Dover area. There are two distinct options being presented. Option one would see 15-minute loading zones designated in CBD zones in Port Dover to start with, not to exceed 10% of the overall parking spots. Option two would see businesses submit an application and pay $100 for an exclusive 15-minute loading zone, not to exceed 20% of the parking spots in the overall CBD area. Option one is likely staff's preferred option, as it would be the easiest to administer and adjust. Also, we anticipate that granting an exclusive 15-minute loading zone to one business may result in complaints from other businesses if the spot is underutilized. Either way, these options are for committee to consider, and both are preferable to businesses just putting out a pylon, which is kind of what's happening now, is they're just saying, this is our spot. Given the rush on this report, PW staff didn't undertake a full cost calculation for these spots, but a rough calculation would be that the actual cost to the county for option two would be around $265 per spot, and that's mostly just the signs and getting the signs out there. When you consider spot exclusivity, that's still a really good deal. Although Port Dover isn't accustomed to paying for parking, it's important to note that my area is working on a staff report to bring paid parking options for Port Dover forward to Council's consideration this fall, with the potential to implement next spring. So that will be further options to have something more robust in place in terms of parking in Port Dover, because we all know that that's a high demand area, and eliminating parking, even the 10 or 20%, will likely have some impacts, but it's the type of thing that we think we need to do to support the businesses in the area at this time.
Thanks, Andy. Mayor Chop.
I guess my concern with this is there's not really a Port Dover issue exclusively. I suspect it's just that it came up in that conversation with the Port Dover group, but once Port Dover does it, I would assume, you know, Simcoe's definitely going to want something like that downtown as well. They've always had problems. I see Councillor Taylor shaking his head. You know, so I think that the estimate of the cost of signage then, we're going to be well over budget rather, or our estimate for this. So I'm just, is there not a better way to, could they not be in charge of purchasing their sign to delegate the spot?
Through you, Chair Martin, we had considered those kind of options. Part of the problem is enforceability. So the only way that we're able to really enforce it is if the county has standard signing for it. And nobody's going to get really a better deal on a sign than Norfolk County for a 15-minute loading zone. So that's a bit of the challenge. The one thing with the option one is one that we could outline in any CBD area, but there's other areas, lakefront areas that aren't necessarily part of a business district that might have businesses there that might want to do something like this that we would have to address independently.
Yeah, but your $3,200 item is quickly going to become, you know, a $20,000 item, I think, as we do all of our towns.
Councillor Columbus?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Andy, with respect to the option 2, the exclusive signage, why wouldn't the county have the sign made up, but charge the person that wants the exclusive signage to charge it to their business? Did you think about that?
Through you, Chair Martin. So a lot of the signage quote is done comes from PW, but I'll try to answer to the best of my abilities. I think we could do that. It would just involve charging them the $265 fee rather than the proposed $100 fee. So we could provide businesses with it. On our end, we want to incorporate it in bylaw somehow, either it being through a bylaw designating the specific spots that will be 15 minutes or giving some delegated authority to the director of roads in order to approve those spots, just so we have some capability if somebody parks there for 5 hours to send somebody out and say, move this vehicle type of thing, because we don't want to have a capacity issue where we can't actually tow somebody who's parked in one of these spots illegally.
Councillor Van Passen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that if we give staff the authority to go pick out some spots and put the $250 signs up there, I don't know why we don't have more of them already, where you can stop in to grab that little thing at one of the nice restaurants downtown and be in and out, because otherwise you drive around the block 6 times to find a place to park and you got to walk half a mile anyway. And in another few weeks, you know, if need be, we'll just take one of our new summer student bylaw enforcement people and park them in front of that spot, and we'll have our $250 back in one day if people don't play by the rules. So again, I think it's something that it's helpful for the immediate situation. I don't see why it wouldn't be helpful in a longer term situation as well. And yes, there's an investment in the signage, but we'll probably use them in other places at some point or leave them up there. So, and to have individuals, you know, ask for a special spot, no, it's those first and last one where you come, you pull in, you're out. You don't have to parallel park, all those fancy things and hold up traffic, because I think that's in the recommendation in Dover. It's the first and the last ones on the street, and people can zip in, zip out, pick up their stuff, and I think that would be the way to go. But then again, we don't have a big parking problem in Ward 4. Yeah.
Or a sidewalk problem.
Yeah, the shoulders
Mayor
are
Chop?
wide.
Councilor Van Passen, I got to kind of disagree, because it's done. I mean, you're going to have staff members then from the particular. I mean, it's certain shops that want it. You know, it's the cheese shop that's doing curbside delivery, not, you know, the clothing store, or, you know, or maybe they are, but it's much less in a situation like that. So the idea is that it is there, so their workers are, you know, not exposed to the same. Or increasing their risk, and dropping it in the vehicle. So if they're running down the street all the time because it just so happens that we chose to put the spot somewhere else, I don't know. I think in the face of this, it's kind of, it's not really the point. It's not just set up random loading spots everywhere. I'm not disagreeing that would not be a normal thing to generally have, but I think that this has to be more kind of business specific.
I agree, and I think the difference, from my understanding, from feedback I collected, there are certain businesses who want to opt in on this program, and I don't know what their level of comfort is in paying for this or not, but it obviously has to be clearly labeled as what that particular spot is, and it has to be consistent so that there is enforcement on it. But these are also the businesses that have adapted to a new model and have been open. These are retail businesses, whereas previously we were just talking about patios and restaurants who haven't been open and haven't been able to generate that little bit of income. So they are making a go of it now. It's not a perfect system, but should they want to opt in and pay a little bit extra to find that security right in front of their their business, then I think maybe that's the way we should go about it. Cost recovery on the sign, implementation in a particular spot that has applied for it. That's my 2 cents. Mayor Chop?
Yeah, I think the sign as well, like, I mean, it's on an annual basis. It's not that it's just seasonal like the patio. So the other option too is why couldn't you have a couple stores if they wanted, you know, if they thought there was going to be less usage or something, that they could share a loading spot together. And then I guess my only other concern is if we're saying 30% and if for some reason there was some overwhelming demand, how is it that we're going to determine who gets one and who doesn't? Is it going to be on a lottery basis or?
Through you, Chair Martin, I think the plan, just because there's a lot of urgency to get these out here, would be that it would be on a kind of first come, first served basis. But we would, the director of roads would be evaluating them as they came in. And certainly that's part of the concern, is that if one block has a lot of businesses that want this, then it might be the first businesses that come on that block that reach the 20% quota, and that the last person to apply might not be able to get into the program on that block. So it's a bit of a give and take, but I think we don't want to wait too long to collect all the applications before we start getting these out there to businesses that currently actually want them.
Fair enough. My vote would be cost recovery on the sign, unless Mr. Burgess has something else to say.
Yeah, I just want to be clear that even if the business opted in, paid for the sign to be, and it was accepted by Public Works that it could be outside of their shop, it doesn't mean that that space is theirs wholly. It just means that is a 15-minute parking spot. And in theory, somebody else could come and park there for 15 minutes and go to a different business. It doesn't give them exclusivity over that parking spot. So that, just to be clear, so that there's no confusion at that, it would just be a 15-minute. They're essentially paying for a sign to get preferential placement of a 15-minute parking spot, but it's not an exclusive right on that parking space.
I guess if they so choose to opt in on that, then the option is there for them. But in the meantime, I wonder if on our end we can continue putting out our messaging through the communications department, which they've already done, reminding people to go to those municipal lots and walk if you can, and leave the spots that business owners have their own personal signs in front of to respect the curbside business model, and do the best we can in between. Mayor Chop?
Why can't it be on a business-specific basis? You see plenty of valet spots for particular restaurants. That valet spot is for that restaurant. And considering we make $0 on parking in Norfolk, in Port Dover, or anywhere in Norfolk County, to making $260 or whatever the cost. I mean, we're still revenue neutral then at that point. If we're not losing money, at least. Why wouldn't you let them have that for their spot for that period of time? They could put their own sticker on it, their own logo. The cheese shop.
Through the chair, you would have to get into a licensing arrangement for that, and I've seen those arrangements, and we had made that discussion. And the issue with licensing, when you're starting in an exclusivity, they would have to take insurance. It'd be a far more complex process. And one of the things we were trying to get at here was speed, so that we can, like, if we just said, okay, these 10 spots, and we just pick them. You know, we can order the signs and throw them up within a day or two. But if it's an exclusive position, we would have to get into licensing. And that happens. You're into a licensing agreement. And we don't have a license agreement to cover that at this point in time.
It's a very nice blue suit you're wearing. It just seems so complicated to me. I mean, we carry insurance. If somebody fell in that parking spot anyway, we would be liable for them falling in the parking spot, whether it was a parking spot for a business during this really unfortunate situation that we were all experiencing, or because they had a sign with a sticker on it saying that parking spot, they paid their money, and that was for them.
No, the issue becomes around enforcement. So when it's a license, they actually have the right to use the property. If they're not licensing the property, I pull up to it, I have no intention of going to the cheese shop, and I walk to someplace else, then that owner then has to then enforce that, that exclusive right at that point in time. They can't rely on city bylaw officers to enforce their exclusive right, or the OPP to enforce their exclusive right. So it becomes an enforcement issue, and then we have to be able to, in the license agreement, give them those rights to enforce and to exclude other people from using it. But if it's a piece of public property, there's the expectation that the public can actually use that property unless that right has been given to the other party through a licensing agreement. So, it becomes more complex when you license it. It's a possibility. I'm not saying we won't look at that in the future. It can't be done quickly, and we're looking at doing something quickly for the summer season.
Why couldn't we enforce, I mean, it's our bylaw department, why couldn't we have that? I don't understand that. If they paid for the sign, and even if they paid a nominal $1 in order to effectuate their contract, why couldn't we say, as part of their terms of leasing that spot, we are providing enforcement?
Because it would set a service expectation we couldn't meet. So if someone pulls into their parking lot, goes to another spot, and is done in a half an hour, by the time they call, we have 5 bylaw officers across everywhere. We could never effectively enforce it. We wouldn't even be able to fully enforce 15-minute parking consistently. It's on a spot basis, it's on a routine basis. So 15-minute parking is easy to enforce because, it's part of the parking arrangement, but it'd be hard to monitor specific use. Where did this person go when they parked? If it's 15-minute parking, it's easy to, because you can time it. We don't care where they went. So it just sets us up for failure. But if you do the license, like the valet, like with restaurants and stuff that have valet, they have staff that are actually monitoring that spot. So when you pull up, where are you going, what's your thing, and then we'll take care of you from that point in time. If you're not using it, they tell you, no, sorry, this is private property, you have to move on.
Councillor Van Passen.
I think we just learned a little while ago that parking spots go for 18 cents square meter per day. So be about, $1,250 a year rental fee, just like if you used it for a bump out around your patio. So, but if the mayor would like to move that we allow some signage as long as it's full cost recovery, but they are still open parking spaces for everybody to use, but unless it's full cost recovery, we can't subsidize it, right? That's
Council can make the decision to set the price. I still think if you want to go that way, there's still an advantage, frankly, to a business owner because they have preferential location. It's not being decided by the municipality for ease of traffic flow. There is a preferential advantage to that. It's just not as much of an advantage. And we would still collect the 15-minute, we would still enforce the 15-minute rules. So it's just whether that person actually used it for that business or not, but they wouldn't be able to, they would still be subject to a penalty for parking there for more than 15 minutes.
I would almost just like to encourage business owners to go rogue and paint chalk in their parking space and create a bright yellow or pink parking space and put their own sign in front. Because, yeah, I just think, although I do appreciate the options in the report, I don't think it's necessarily what they were going for. However, I'm not opposed to setting it up. So if there are particular businesses who want to opt in, I might only ask that also something be added to the application that asks if it's a joint application. So therefore, a placement should be put in the middle of 2 nearby businesses, something along those lines. But Mayor Chop?
It's never going to work. Because parking in Dover is at such a premium in the summer. As soon as everybody is just, like so many people are just running into a store to get something. You're just running to grab something at the hardware store. You're just running. So a lot of it is all about 15-minute parking. And so now you have somebody that's paid for a sign, and what's the percentage of the time that they're actually going to be able to use that spot? Anytime that it's open, somebody's going to jump in it just to run in and do their thing. I just think it defeats the purpose of what we're trying to help our businesses out, but to me, I don't know. I can't support that.
Sorry, through the chair, that's why we went with option A, actually. Well, just to put in a number of spots that could be used by the community as a whole without the specific cost to a particular business. So it just, all we're really doing is saying, listen, there's a need for 15-minute parking in Port Dover, and that should have always been contemplated as part of the parking policy. So we should have put up a number of 15-minute parking signs versus 2-hour parking signs. So all we're really doing is saying we're changing our parking strategy in Dover to have a percentage of those parking spots be 15-minute parking spots, and that they're consistently applied in the community.
Okay, and the $100 then is just to be able to put it in front of your location, or cost recovery on the sign. Again, all I'm saying is it's not just Port Dover right now. It's going to be Port Dover, it's Simcoe, it's Port Rowan. You know, all these locations are going to want some 15-minute parking. So I guess, is that the benefit, that you get to have a 15-minute parking spot in front of your business if you buy the sign for eternity?
It wouldn't be for eternity, it'd be, they would just get a preferred location, but it wouldn't be for eternity.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the things that the mayor said, that there's so many people in Dover who are just stopping, running in, they're doing the in and out. I think that's how this discussion started. Like, I don't think it would hurt to have half a dozen spots like that in Dover where people do just run in and out, and but if you made it a 15-minute parking spot, then somebody can't park there to go to the beach for the whole day. And again, if it's at the ends of the streets, it doesn't sort of disrupt the flow of traffic where people are stopping trying to parallel park and do it about 3 times, because you're going to be coming through an intersection, you take the first spot, or you're going to be the last one on the street, you can drive right out or go around the bend. And, you know, to even as a test, to put up 4 of them in that core of Dover and see how it works. But right now, it's not really a problem yet. But if the rest of the stores do open up and, you know, we do get a bit of summer traffic, like lately Dover has been, you know, it's still about February in Dover by the amount of traffic, except for on a weekend. So, you know, maybe it's something worth a try. And if you want to do specific, then they're going to have to pay the full price of the, not $100 doesn't cut it if the sign costs $265 to install. So
I think that the one thing that we haven't necessarily mentioned, though, is that it's not, I don't entirely agree that it's a lot of 15-minute turnover. There are people coming who will park at the top of Main Street, drop their family off at the beach, park at the top of Main Street, and walk down with their cooler and leave their car in front of the Central Business District for the day, the duration. And they're not leaving the beach to spend money. Our tourism department has studies on this. They're packing their own lunches, and they're not moving their car for the day. So maybe some 15-minute signs one way or another is better than a 2-hour sign. But the other thing is really the unknown. Without the Lighthouse Festival Theater running for a season, maybe there'll be an abundance of additional spots that we've never noticed before. I think so. Maybe something a little more sporadic with the option to opt in for your own preferred sign in front of your business is best. But Mayor Chop, then Councillor Columbus.
Not that I don't agree with you. I do absolutely agree with you. I just think there's 2 elements. I think there's the 15-minute parking spot for somebody that wants to run into a store, but to try this a different way. The curbside pickup, the problem is you have these 15-minute spots. How is the store that's doing the curbside, pickup, they're supposed to, track you, what spot you're in when you go out there and be running up and down the sidewalk? I mean, they're more like a 5-minute parking spot. That nobody should be out of their vehicle. It's a curbside pickup, so maybe that's what it is. It's 5 minutes and the person must be in the vehicle. You can't leave a vehicle unattended or you'll be ticketed. Hopefully, if somebody sees you.
Councillor Columbus.
Well, Madam Chair, it seems like we're on different pages here, but I'm going to move the motion that's printed on page 122, the recommended motion, Option one.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a seconder? Councillor Van Passen?
Yeah, I will only second that because my wife and I have had this argument for years. When she goes to town, she goes shopping. When I go to town, I go buying. I know what I want. I'm in the store. I pay for it. I'm out. I don't think I've ever been in a store more than 15 minutes my whole life. My wife doesn't even get warmed up with that amount of time. So.
Mayor Chop?
I just want to say I'm not going to be supporting the motion on the basis that to say that this is a $3,000 expense to the county is not remotely accurate because it's going to be asked for in every other town that we have within Norfolk. I can guarantee it. I know I've had people contact me in Simcoe wanting the same thing. So, this could snowball into something much bigger than a $3,000 expense.
Councillor Michelli?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just before we go on with this debate, I've been sort of waiting to ask this question just about the content of the report, and a question would, I think, be probably best answered by Andy. It indicates one of the sections of the conclusion talks about an investigation into the addition of paid parking in Port Dover that would be available to council in the fall of 2020. And I do recall a discussion about this topic on another staff report some time ago. And I think I asked at that time, and I'm going to ask that again, could that investigation of Port Dover, could that be extended so that there might be some information coming before council about the possibilities of paid parking in other centers in Norfolk County?
Sure, that is something that we could include in the analysis. It's looking at, potential service providers and things like that. So there's no problem looking at any communities that would have kind of current problems, specifically in the summer months with parking issues. If there's a feasible case there, we can look at all of them.
Thank you.
So can we have some type of memo circulated to council when we hit $3,200 on this program?
I'll communicate that to Sean Van Acker to make sure that occurs.
Thank you. Okay, Mayor Chop?
Is this to all of Norfolk then we've extended this, or is it just to Port Dover?
The bylaw only covers Port Dover.
Well, the bylaw, I think right now, needs to cover more than Port Dover because I think the frustration is felt by other communities.
I can't speak to that. Councillor Taylor. Oh. Go ahead, Councillor Taylor.
I am planning on sharing this report with the BIA tomorrow morning, just to get some general discussion about how we could have something similar to this with the 15-minute parking in Simcoe, if that's something that the BIA feels they'd like to pursue. I was going to supply that to them just to let everyone know.
Mayor Chop?
Would Councillor Columbus then consider a friendly amendment to the cost recovery of the sign? And then still it's the 15.
Yes, I would. I'd just like to make a comment that I can't see this affecting the community of Delhi downtown business. They've been under construction on King Street for the last 2 years, and the businesses are dead. So it's not really going to affect Delhi at this time.
Well, let's hope one day it
this
does.
summer.
Okay, so friendly amendment for cost recovery. Is that correct, Mayor Chop? Is that what, I'm just clarifying that's what you're looking for, cost recovery? And your seconder, are you?
Recovery from whom? If we take the staff recommendation, we're going to send Public Works out to put some signage on the first and last parking spots. So who are we going to just knock on doors and randomly see if people want to pay for that? Or otherwise you got to go with the other option, right? So, yeah.
Just for clarity, under option A, there is no application. All Public Works is doing is just selecting spots that make sense from a traffic flow and control point of view. And in some cases, we'll just actually, there may already be a 2-hour parking sign there, so we're just actually reefing off the 2-hour parking sign, putting up a 15-minute parking sign. So there is no cost recovery option under option 1 because, as Councillor Van Passen said, there's no one actually applying for it.
Okay. Okay. So
However, if it makes council feel better, maybe the bylaw has to be specific to streets and zones. If it makes council feel better on this decision, if we're going through with it, there's 2 items. One is for Port Dover specifically, and potentially now with Councillor Michelli, we're going to look at paid parking. So that's why we didn't want to extend this out for a very long period of time, because next year we might be in a paid parking situation, and whether we keep 15-minute parking signs would probably be non-existent then, because they can just put 15 minutes on their parking app. So we didn't want to. So I just want to make sure that if council wants to, they can increase the budget for other potential areas that we can come back to with specific streets, and review it at a point in time in the future, or we can just limit to $3,200 and get a report back once Dover is done. And if Simcoe comes forward, we can set a separate budget for that.
Just one final point. I really don't believe that this was what the curbside pickup delivery business owners were looking for. I don't think 15-minute parking randomly throughout is going to help them in any way do their deliveries.
And call the vote. Those in favor? That's carried. There are no motions or notices of motion. Yes. Oh, right. Yes, okay, thank you. Councillor Van Passen's discussion on the council calendar.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. On page 81 of our council information package, it's the proposed schedule or calendar from June 2020 to August 2021. We have the traditional August vacation booked in, and I'm wondering whether there's really a need for that. In the current situation we're in, things are changing daily. I wonder whether we should just carry on with the regular cycle of meetings in August rather than, we're already into mid-June. We've missed a lot of things. A lot of things have been put on hold, and is there a need to put a set of meeting schedules in for August of 2020? I leave that up to council to discuss, but...
Deputy Clerk Steph Godby can speak to that. Thank you, through the chair, to Councillor Van Passen and committee. I can start, and then I think maybe Jason Burgess might have some additional things to add. But basically, technically, for the summer recess, there's nothing in our procedural bylaw that says that we cannot, or that we do have to have that recess and that block of time off. So if council desires, then we could hold meetings the beginning of the first 3 weeks of August and eliminate that kind of vacation time. The only thing is to consider, and so what I would ask committee is to perhaps give staff some time to investigate a little bit, because there could be some additional components to it that we would need to provide to you. For an example, if normally staff take their vacation period at that time. It's been a traditional summer recess that is as long as I've been here, and probably even before that. So that is a typical time. So if we didn't have that summer recess, you'd be looking at staff being here, you'd be looking at advisory committees meeting as well as the council and committee. So there are additional components as well. You'd be looking at staff overtime that they're likely wanting to use. Maybe if considering this pandemic could be over at that time, maybe they could be using some of that overtime or their vacation that they've continued to accumulate during this pandemic. So again, I just would request that council allow staff to consider some of the options and provide some information. But again, that's just my suggestion to you, and I can turn it over to Jason Burgess.
Through the chair, I think the deputy clerk said it well. There's vacation issues, and there is no You can adopt this calendar tonight, but make a subsequent decision to hold a council meeting if required in August. So it doesn't restrict you from asking for a further meeting. It's just part of their process for planning.
Thank you. Yeah, I do understand, like, historically, that staff have been booking their holidays. Councilors even have been known to take holidays, I think, in August as well. And just with the current situation and, the rules of the game change day to day lately, who knows what the province will do tomorrow, what the feds will do the next day. And, is there a need to sort of tentatively keep council around if there's decisions that need to be made, or, we have delegated some authority to the staff and the CAO and the mayor. Is there any need to keep us around, or that was my only sort of question. And again, like, I don't mind sticking around on potentially, a special council meeting if need be, that if there is something, and you can always cancel it a few days ahead rather than trying to round everybody up. If we tentatively scheduled not a special meeting, but just a regular council meeting at some point during the month of August, that you can cancel if there's nothing coming up. But I don't want to disrupt the flow of all the staff either. So,
Councillor Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I understand what Councillor Van Pass is trying to suggest, but I do think that this being almost mid-June, there probably are a lot of staff and even perhaps even some councillors who have seen now two versions of this calendar, both of which have August as a vacation period. And nothing precludes council from having a special meeting during August, which I do believe we have done before. So I don't think that we need to necessarily tie everybody down by scheduling 3 meetings during that month. Maybe we can just, as the need arises, as I think has been mentioned, have a special council meeting and bring everybody together in that fashion.
Okay, anything further? Nope. All right, there are no motions or notices of motion tonight, so we'll move on to general announcements, and I will go right to Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Martin. I just wanted to discuss with my colleagues and staff the fact that Norfolk County at this point in time has not chosen to fly the Pride flag. The month of June is Pride Month, and I was just wondering if I could get some feedback as to whether this will be occurring and if I can get some more information.
I'll just start off with some information for council. So I thank Councillor Huffman for her observation. I checked with staff. We don't have a pride flag in our flag inventory. We've checked on pricing, so I appreciate Councillor Huffman giving me a heads up early on this request. So we can certainly order a flag and fly that if it's for that benefit. It's about $100 to acquire the flag.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Burgess. I appreciate that. I have had inquiries from the community as to Norfolk County not putting out any kind of press release or any kind of anything through their social media accounts acknowledging Pride Month, and also the fact that they have not chosen to fly the flag. So I think that would be a very inclusive move for LGBTQ plus community. So those are my thoughts.
Through the chair to Councillor Huffman, just considering the proclamation process, do you recall if we have that recognized? Because if not, I can certainly work with a group and get that proclamation.
No, nothing has been updated in terms of our flag procedure, I believe, for 15 years. It's been quite a long time. In fact, we fly the Crime Stoppers flag, but that is not even part of our repertoire of the flags that we're supposed to be flying. So it looks like that policy is probably due for an update.
And sorry, through the chair to Councillor Huffman, if you'd like, maybe I can reach out to you and we can go over the proclamation process and just how we can assist that way, and then it can at least get recognized in addition to the flag process and policy, but it can also be recognized as a proclaimed group and organization and pride awareness for Norfolk County, and we can get it recognized.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much.
Councillor Van Passen.
I would just ask maybe that you circulate what our proclamation policy is to everyone, because, you know, as near as I understand, every month is something month, every week is something week, and every day is something day. And at what point do we say that we've only got 365 days and we can't celebrate 700 different things? And, you know, I'd like to see the policy before we, you know, I hate doing these little one-offs all the time. So we have a policy, let's read the policy and then look at it. And, make the decision based on what we have in place, or else change what we have in place.
Through the chair, so typically, like, what happens with the proclamation policy is that a request or an application will come in. They're pretty general. There's certain requirements or guidelines that they would have to fulfill and what they cannot be. And it goes to the clerk. And so the clerk has that delegated ability. And he, if he denies that request, then the request can go to council for final consideration. So that's just kind of an overview of what the policy looks like right now, but I can certainly circulate as is.
Okay, any other general announcements? Mayor Chop.
Just back to the parking spots in Dover. I know just, so that's fine. In terms of the signage, have we looked at any other options? I was just looking online at what other municipalities had done that was maybe a little bit cooler or quainter than perhaps just a loading zone 15-minute sign. Like, there's some stencils that they've done, and stencils probably cheaper than a sign, and it's maybe a little less in the middle of Port Dover than signs now all sticking down the road, which I'm sure we're going to get grumbling over. There could be some cheaper potentially and more aesthetically pleasing options.
Through the chair through to the mayor, I've looked at this for other purposes. There are some pretty cool options that you can do. There's certain municipalities that actually have parking spots where the paint maintenance is sponsored by a particular company. So you'll see like Refreshed by Pepsi or Refreshed by Mountain Dew, and it's painted on the pavement. And there's a bunch of things that you can do to become cost neutral for the cost outlay and the maintenance of that. It's something that frankly Public Works hasn't done here in the past, and we would have to get we'd have to look at it. What's been proposed is just what we can do quickly, because we think next year with paid parking and some other things, it would completely change what we're doing today currently. So we can try to take a look, but we were going for speed more than long-term planning in this case.
Any other general announcements? Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. I would just like to let everyone know that we just went through the bulky item pickup in Ward 5 here, and it went very well. So I would like to send a thank you out to every member of staff that had a hand in coordinating that and delivering that service. It went very well. And just so everyone knows going forward, as your wards come up, please have your items out on the Monday of the week, because it could happen at any time. We did have a few issues with coordinating pickup of people that thought it happened on their day of pickup, but it did go over well. But please have your items out as soon as that comes up. Thank you.
Okay, I have one. On Thursday of this week, we're beginning public consultation for the Port Dover secondary plan. So there are phone calls planned for community input all day long. They start at 9:30 in the morning. They run until 5 p.m. There are 4 discussion topics, which include waterfront, the downtown, transportation and servicing, and natural culture and heritage. So if you have any interest in participating in any of those, or you have a family member who may be able to shed some light on historic knowledge, natural culture and heritage knowledge of the community, I would highly encourage you to contact our planning department. Tricia Givens is able to get you registered for those events. So 519-426-5870 extension 1893. 426-5870 extension 1893 for the Thursday discussion groups. And that's all I have. Okay, adjournment.
Take care, everyone.
Hold on, Rye. 1 second.
Oh.